now. Streaming is now. All right. It is a weekend stream. I've done a lot on Image Viewer recently, and I think the end of that is in sight. I just have a few bugs to fix, one feature to add, moving it to its own crate. I think these bugs are going to be easier to fix. This snapping to pixel boundaries, that we can do right now, I think. Oh. I already did that in here. Zoom in here. I think that is what does the snapping. So let me make a function here. Align zoom. Align zoom. The striped monkey. Doing okay. I had to close the office door because just loud people outside. One of my kids has very loud friends, and it's not just, and there's only one over right now. It's already loud. Okay, I want to be able to reuse this align zoom here inside of panning by dragging. I think that is this, right? Yeah, let's see if it worked. This is the wrong window, but I do want to keep that window up. The correct window. All right. Compiling time is an excuse to take a coffee break. "28 seconds. Wonder what I'm changing that's causing such a large increase in compile time. Okay. If I did this right now, when I pan, it should snap. When I'm zoomed in and then I start panning. Oh, cool. It's already working. So before it was allowing me to have a misaligned viewport into the image. Now it's always pixel aligned, which is what I want. One side effect is that, see that horizontal coordinate at the top? It's going between 53 and 54. And that's just because it's snapping back to 50. It's snapping back to 53 after I move it far enough. I think that's fine. I think to make that better, I would have to, I guess, round. I have to do some more rounding inside of. Whoa, VM's very slow. What's going on that's making it slow? Oh my! What the heck was that? I don't know. It's like temporarily very slow. I think I might have to do some extra rounding around in here. the starting point. Yeah, this actually isn't rounding, is it? Still in floating point coordinates. You know what I also notice is that it is counting from the edges of pixels, not the centers. I think like technically the top left corner is the corner of a pixel, not the middle. So I would kind of want to subtract half a pixel. Is that right? So that if we are on the center of the pixel, then if we are on the center of the pixel, then that would be it would be at 0, 0 offset from that pixel, not minus 0.5. That makes sense. Wrong. There you go. I wonder if that change alone will fix some things. I should probably have checked to see who calls this. Scroll zooming, drawing, yeah, drawing where in the image we are. Okay, so see, where did the window go? Here it is. Okay, there's still a little bit where like the cursor moves without panning and then it pans. So yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking the reason that's happening. Yeah, the reason why that's happening is we're converting it to image coordinates first and then subtracting. So this only is precise if we start dragging in the very center of the pixel, which is kind of hard to do. So maybe I don't need this, but technically this is what I want. I want it to be centered. I want the 0, 0 to be to be in the middle of the pixel, not top left corner like this implies. I think I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that change. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna say it's done well enough that we're snapping. So now, fix bug in zooming by dragging, causing it to be misaligned. So that's this problem where alt click and drag, and I can actually get it so that we're misaligned now. You can really see that if I go to the top left corner. As soon as I click and drag, it realigns, but we don't align right away when we do the zoom by dragging. So let's find zoom by dragging. And zooming by dragging. Here we go. So I think it's the same thing, right? That I did before. I just want to call align zoom after setting it. Okay, now dragging. That was it. Easy enough. It's actually selecting more than I asked for, isn't it? Oh, I know why. Because if I'm picking a region that's completely not uh obeying the aspect ratio. Oh, there's another bug. Okay. So yeah, if we make an extremely wide area and short, it's extending it vertically. If I do it the other way, it's probably going to do it the other. No. So it's taking the horizontal, I think. Yeah. Suppose that's what we want, but I do need to fix this problem where it can go off the end. Yes, yeah. Okay. So drag panning shunts it back. So I must be doing something there that it's this fit within, right? I'm wondering if set zoom should just automatically fit within and align. That would make things a lot simpler. Well, no, because I have, well, if I had set zoom do that fitting and aligning, then I wouldn't be able to do these intermediate set zooms. Oh, this already doesn't intersect default zoom. So then how did we get out of range with zooming by dragging? Oh, we're not supposed to do that. Wait. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Align zoom does intersect with the default room. Yeah, I think set zoom. Well, hold on. If these intermediate zoom steps are not actually set in self, then I can have set zoom handle the intersection and the alignment. Right? Hey there, Sam. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm just working on fixing bugs in this little image viewer, which is a new widget that I'm adding to my programmable parser. So this image is being extracted from this animated GIF here by my parser tool. Looks like this. Pull in that animated GIF and it parses it, giving you like all the information about it. So like for example, that here's the first image, here's the second image, etc. And you can navigate around, look for the other bits. When you click on a field, it shows you where it is in the file, and you might see something interesting like Netscape. What? Click on that, and you can see it's part of this application extension. So it's programmable because you can give it a format description. It's got its own compiler for this format language. You describe the file as if it was a function, and functions can build upon each other like building blocks. So a GIF, you see, it'll follow this structure: header, logical screen, data, and trailer. Well, that's because we described it here. And header has a version, and version has an encoding. You'll see it's same thing inside of here. If I just open that up, show you that. And I have format for GIF, I have a format for JSON, and one I was working on for MVE. We're going to do them for JPEG, for itself. So there's going to be fmt.fmt, so they can parse itself at some point. And the image viewer is important to me because a lot of files you might want to parse have images or video in them, and just showing the raw pixels like that, I think doesn't get all the way there to a full analysis tool. So what I want is to like take this widget and I guess like fit it into the corner here or something like that. So that when you click on an image, it'll pop it up, and then there might be even more integration. Like you might click on a pixel and it'll show you where it is in the file or something like that. But really just trying to finish like the basic what you would what you'd expect to have in any kind of image viewer, where you can zoom in, zoom out, pick a region you want to look at. You can see it's showing the row and column if I'm mousing it over. If I hold down shift, there's a little mini magnifier, and it shows the color value that we're focused on. It handles all the weird edge cases, so we don't do any weird overdraws. So I've spent a long time obsessing over the little nuts and bolts. Well, the what's the expression? I'm obsessing over like the fine details of the thing rather than just moving on, because that's what I tend to do. I just like obsess until it's like perfect in my eyes, and then I move on. So because I'm obsessing over this image viewer, people coming into the channel might be like, Programmable Parser, what does this image viewer have to do with it? It's because this is just one widget that's going to plug into the Programmable Parser, like down here in the corner, for visualizing image elements that you might parse out of files like GIF files, JPEG, PNG, movie files, that kind of thing. But once in a while, if I remember, or if someone asks in chat, I will give an overview like that. Thanks, Lettergoat. I've been working on this for years, and it's gone through a couple different rewrites. It was in C++ a couple of years ago, and then I really got into Rust. So if you're here wondering what Rust is, it's not the game. This is general programming language, kind of on the level of C, C++, maybe a little bit higher than that, because there's a lot of stuff that the compiler does to do static compile time analysis that's not in C. So it's more strict. But you can descend down to very, very low level. So like I wrote my own keyboard firmware in Rust. I actually did it on stream a couple years ago. Yeah, I'm a professional developer, which means I have certain job rules at the company I work for. They don't like me participating in open source without their permission. So I can't, the code that you see me writing, I can't put on GitHub. They don't really want me to talk about work, and they also have this weird rule that they don't want me to do game development. So I was working on a game before I got this job, and I had to put that on hold. But as long as I stay within those boundaries, I can still have the day job doing software stuff, and also stream at on the weekends and in the evening. And you'll see that I still have a lot of bad habits I've picked up over the years I'm trying to unlearn. So I tend to like have explosive content in functions, as in the functions balloon up in size and they're really huge, and I'm really late to refactoring them. So like this whole thing ought to be another function that I call here and give it a name, but I have some kind of mental block where like I don't think about doing it until later. So stay within the specs. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So you'll see me do that. I hope it doesn't bug you too much. I'm trying to get better at that. I think it's a matter of looking ahead and saying, you know, I'm about to implement what's scrolling down to make it zoom out, and that's probably going to be a lot of code. So I should right off the bat just make it a new function rather than just starting to write the code. But I just have this really, it's hard to unlearn years and years of accumulated bad habits. I have this bad habit, I just jump into the code and I write the code out, and later, when the linter in Rust will eventually tell you, you have too many lines in this function, and it's like, okay, fine. I'll go back and do what I should have done and make them functions. Just do it.gif. That's right. So So to keep me focused, I have this to-do list, and this we did. Zooming by dragging causes, so it's not misaligned anymore, but we did discover a new bug. So as often happens, a lot of the time, when you fix something, you'll either break something else or you find something else during testing that you didn't see before. And this one is that fix the bug where zoom by dragging an area with greatly different aspect ratio causes the zoom area to go out of bounds. And I'll demonstrate that real quick. This is the bug that we just found. So the aspect ratio is 1:1. It's a square image, right? But if I say, hey, let's zoom in on this area and make it really wide, it does that. And you're like, what the heck is that? And what that is it's taking this bottom row of pixels. I think it's this row, 111. And because we're drawing this using the GPU as a texture and it's configured to extend the texture when you go past the bound of the texture, it's just extending that last row as far as it needs to. If I just barely click and drag, it'll snap back in. And that's because I have the dragging the area at the last step. It does the thing where it has to intersect with the image's dimension. So it basically well, no, it's not the intersection. There's a fit within function that I call, where it just like throws the rectangle back into bounds. And we're obviously not doing that when we're zooming by dragging. So the thought was that maybe just set zoom should just always do it. So it doesn't right now. It does the intersect, or the align zoom, it does the intersect. It doesn't do the fit within. I think, and then I was also thinking like, shouldn't set zoom always do the alignment steps? So rounding the top left corner and then doing the intersection. I think maybe we should just always be doing that. Actually, I don't know if intersect is the right thing. Shouldn't we be doing a fit within? Yeah, there shouldn't be an intersect. There should be a, yeah, we should be doing this fit within default zoom within set zoom. Well, at least, hold on, at least in this align zoom, that should be doing it, right? Instead of doing that. So this should be doing fit within default zoom, that rectangle. I think that's more correct. Then I'm probably doing redundant fit withins, right? Yeah, see, if align zoom is already doing it, we don't need to do it. Yeah, then we just do new zoom and tell it to align. Okay. Some of the best love their long functions. Yeah, but long functions are a pain in the butt 6 months later when you go back and you try to understand what you wrote. Not sure how good VS Code is these days in Rust, but JetBrains functions extract doesn't say anything good. It's pretty good. So like when I get around to it, when I wherever that was, the zoom. Where was it? We were looking at that like scroll, this thing, right? I think all you need to do is highlight it and then do command dot extract into function. And then it calls it fun name, which I find amusing, as in function name, and you just have to rename that. But I think it did a pretty good job. I don't want to do it right now because I don't want to get too distracted. But this is using the Rust Analyzer plugin. So a lot of the stuff you really can't thank VS Code for. You have to thank the plugins. So the Rust Analyzer plugin is really good when you're using VS Code to do Rust development. Not only does it have those context commands, but it also lets you do like formatting. So if I put a tab there and hit save, it puts it back. It does the auto formatting for me, which you'll see I leverage a lot, and as well as like all the syntactic aware hints and other things. So really nice to have. So looking at the references to set zoom, so I'm thinking I want to merge set and align. I think set should just always align. But the barrier to that is I have some temporary. So I think I'm going to remove these set zooms that are temporary. And instead, we're just going to give them names again. So we have zoom shifted. What if I just put in this? Well, no, I need that step because we reference it twice there. Video game programmers are the worst. I've heard about that. Used to have issues where it would delete all the comments and not get the parameters. Ooh, that's bad. Just because Chris Sawyer can write TDD in assembly doesn't mean it's a good habit. I mean, it's whatever you find fun and if you can learn from it. I've done plenty of rewriting things from scratch, even though I could have used something else. And it, yeah, depends on what your objective is. Okay, so let me just go from the top down here. So we see where the cursor's offset from the center of the image. Then I convert it from UI coordinates into image coordinates. Then I find the shifted zoom. So this is the zoom area, the current zoom area shifted. And this is the zoomed shifted area. So the shifted area shrunk by the scroll ratio times the zoom factor. Then what is this? That's that same rectangle, but okay, so this is the same rectangle, but with this max applied, really. So wait, couldn't I just put that max in? Oh, right, because shrink doesn't take a new size. It takes an amount to shrink by. So after it's shrunken it, we need to make sure it's some minimum size. So then that would be zoomed, shifted, clamped. So it's clamped to the minimum size. Right? Then we need to shift it back. So we haven't stored it back in the zoom yet, so we're taking that and shifting it back. And I think I just get rid of this because this is just aligning it. The rounding there is just aligning it. So I don't need to do that at all, as long as set zoom does it for me. Okay, and then eat that. So there should only be one set zoom. Okay, so in here, same thing, right? I think it's the same kind of thing. I'm going to want to have a clamp. Actually, I don't even need that because this is completely unnecessary. That's a no-op, so I don't even need this at all. I just need to make sure I use zoom shifted. See, here's an example of why the Rust Analyzer plugin for VS Code is great. See how the yellow squiggly, and I can get that? I get instant feedback from the compiler that's run by that plugin. Say, hey, you didn't use that variable, and that should be a sign that I meant to use it, but I didn't use it. And here it's because I want to use that in place of the self zoom. So I love that all the little conveniences. I'm probably too used to it. If you drop me into like a into an editor with no plugins at all, I'd probably flounder. You've seen at least 3 games that were a single file, not terribly trivial games either. That's sort of scary. So my goal these days is no file should be longer than like 1,000 lines. And it's not a hard rule, but if like I'm looking for something to refactor and I find a file that's like 1,500 lines, I'm like, okay, let's try to break that up, you know? And I'm still learning on refactoring techniques. I'm not the best. Hello. Yep. We got someone wanted to use the shred bin. I got the shred bin box in here. All right, so we're gonna get rid of align zoom because we want set zoom to do that automatically. Same thing here. That should make it a lot simpler. We're gonna merge set zoom and align zoom. So what align zoom does is what I want set zoom to do. So I'm just gonna take the contents of that, strip off the function name, and consider moving that into here. So really it's the fit within default zoom and the rounding. So if we move the rounding part to there, this, we're not changing the size, so we put the rounding in there, so I just need the fit within. I think that's all I need. Rid of this. Hopefully I didn't make it worse. How many loud people do we have now? Just one, or we have 2? 4. Whoa. All right. 4 loud people outside. Okay, so let's test this out. Zooming in is broken. Zooming in is totally broken. How about zooming by area? Zooming by area works, and panning works, but okay. Yeah, I broke the zooming in, it's broken. But at least I didn't break zoom. Let's try test a really long and short zoom. Okay, that works. So it basically it snaps it back into the images area. And this should do well, that just zooms way far in, but I think that's because we're taking the width of the zoom area and we're honoring that. So honoring the width here, the width is honored of the area we zoomed in on. So if I like go from the left of the eye to the right of the eye, it's still left of the eye to the right of the eye, but it made it taller to preserve the aspect ratio. I'm wondering if instead of honoring the width, we should take the larger of the width and the height and honor that instead. Because it's sort of funny, like it looks like it zooms in too far. So zoom by rectangle. No, that's draw zoom rectangle. I want to handle zooming by dragging. Here we go. Yeah. So this math here is going to say we're going to use the width from the new bounds, and we're going to calculate the height from that width and preserve the aspect ratio, right? But we should probably take the greater of the two. So we should have a trial here. Width and height. I should rename this one like aspect preserved height. And then we should calculate aspect preserved width, and we should probably just take the greater of the two. That's That's my opinion, and my opinion is probably the only one that matters. Wahaha. If aspect preserved width greater than aspect preserved height. And we're really calculating the new bounds here, right? Well, the new bounds. This is the, like, well, we can say this is the suggested new bounds. Then we have the actual new bounds. I'm trying to get better at naming things too. Naming things well helps when 6 months later you try to read your own code and try to figure out what the heck it's supposed to do. The names are the best way to document, I think. Better than comments. But that's just my opinion. All right, so there it's here we actually want oh, it's not new bounds. Sorry, it's actual new size. And this is so then I could just make this say new bounds. Okay, this becomes actual new size. You could probably just remove the word actual. So yeah, we want to take the aspect preserved width, but if it's the other way around, we want the aspect preserved height with the original width. And then I'm just going to remove the word actual. There we go. A lot better than IJKLR, etc. Yeah. Now, the rules completely flip if you're doing code golf and you're either trying to make the most obfuscated code or the smallest code, because obviously a long name like aspect preserved width is going to interfere with your goal of making the smallest program, right? You're going to want to call that A. Or better yet, try to do away with the variable completely and just fit that in where it's used. But I'm no good at that kind of thing. See if I made this a little bit better. And then I have to go back and I broke the zoom by scroll completely somehow. I'll have to go fix that. So let's do the eyeball again. Oh, it did not preserve the aspect ratio, that's for sure. So when I yeah. Let's do eyeball width. Do that again. Down to the top of the mouth. Okay, that's correct. What? How did I get this one wrong? Guess then I have a bug. I must have a bug when one of the two. Oh yeah, I mean you can kind of see it. That should be height. That's like what you should immediately look for when you have copy paste bugs. Is like Shelby's width height. Shelby's be balanced. So I had width. That's obviously wrong, right? I just didn't see it right away. But see, chat, that's your opportunity to say, hey, didn't you mean aspect preserved height? You had the opportunity. Okay, say, cool. That works. And then if we go the other way, like this way, then it used the height instead of, yeah, okay. Here it's using the width, and here it is using the height. So only if you pick a real square will you really get it to zoom in. Okay, now zooming out is actually panning, and zooming in is panning a different way. Yeah, I broke it completely somehow. Go fix it. It's not extracted to its own function. That's why I can't find it. That's another reason to extract out functions, is then you can find it in your list of functions. But since I haven't extracted it out, it's in here somewhere. I should find out where it is. Yeah, it's inside draw, where it totally shouldn't be. Like, this whole thing, I think, ought to be like handle zoom by scroll or something. Why don't I just do that now? And I have a to do with a comment so that there's more evidence that really this whole thing should be zoomed by scroll. Okay, I don't want UI to end up in the refactored out function, so I'm going to do a little breakup here first. I'm going to say let scroll delta equal this part. Then I'm going to match on scroll delta. Then I'm going to extract this out as a function. And this is handle zoom by scrolling. Save. And then I'm going to do a little trick here where I highlight that and do sort methods alphabetically. I think that's an awesome thing to have. Now when I look at this, I should be able to find handle. Okay, I have a little discrepancy in my naming. It's zooming. So let's make it consistent. Handle zooming. Yeah, see, now I can easily find it. Zooming by scrolling is what we broke. Scrolling up zooms in, scrolling down zooms out. How did I break this? It had something to do with what I have this temporary rectangle here, right? This was just clamping into this maximum size. This should have shrunk the rectangle, but it doesn't, right? That's the main bug right now, is no matter where I am, it is not shrinking the rectangle. It's like ballooning it back up for some reason. Yep, it's just doing nothing. If I'm already zoomed in, zooming in doesn't zoom in anymore. It's just shifting around. So the shrink is being ignored. Okay, probably not it, but I shouldn't continue to reference self zoom because I really want to zoom the shifted rectangle that already took on the size of the self zoom. So really, we're just taking the shifted and we're shrinking it down to its size multiplied by this scroll ratio, which is 0.001 times the zoom, which is like 20 or 40 or something like that. Comes from the eGUI. So this should be a smaller rectangle. So what happened? This was increased to minimum size of 10 by 10. I mean, that's fine, right? Shift back. As we're taking this. Oh, I see the problem. I'm supposed to use that for these two. It was just ignoring the size of the zoomed and shifted and clamped rectangle. It was only using it to calculate shift back, but it wasn't actually putting it back into the zoom. Probably the same thing. Yep, same thing here. So zoomed shifted needs to be actually used, not self zoom. All right. Hopefully that's what it was. Hey there, Extreme. Nice to see you too. I got a lot of lurkers. I don't have a lurk command, but you're still welcome here, even though I don't have a lurk command. If you would like my bot to acknowledge you lurking, then I have to think of what would the bot say? Thank you, Dingus Dev. We honor all lurkers. May you lurk in peace. Okay, cool. Fix the zoom. So the idea. Oh, except for that. Whoa. Okay. Graphics bugs are the most fun, I think. Look at that. Now it's like really confused trying to fit that rectangle in. You know what I think that is? It is trying its best to try to fit that rectangle in, but it's too big. Yeah, that's why I had that intersect before, wasn't it? It's supposed to scrunch that rectangle down. So I think we want to intersect after we've tried to fit. That's probably the best. So after we fit within, we want to intersect the default zoom. The fit within tries to move the rectangle without changing its size, because that's what we want to try to do, but if it still doesn't fit after the fit attempt, then we just clamp it with the rectangle intercept. Yeah, graphics bugs are so cool. There have even been some games that leverage that. I think was it Goat Simulator? They kept some of the bugs in, the more fun bugs. Zoom in, zoom out. Cool, it works now. Cool. So next bug I think was if I make the rectangle very small, we zoom way too far in and it's just obnoxious. This is done. So this is next, I guess. Zooming in by dragging allows zooming in too far. So yeah, it can be super obnoxious if I just do a single pixel. It's like, okay, that's just too much. So fix that. I had a constant zoom minimum size, right? It's used in handle zoom by scrolling. I think the answer is I need to also handle it in zoom by dragging. So let's do that. So I think it would just be this, right? Oh, that's the size, right? So then another step. So let new zoom equal that. Oops. This part. And I think the easiest way is to do rect from center size. So the center would be new zoom.center. Size is new zoom.size. And here's where we get to do max that. That. Did you see how it like auto formatted me? I didn't have to do any. I never have to really spend any time thinking about how to indent and how much to indent and all that. I just let the plugin do it now. Soon I'll be just telling AI, hey, you remember that zoom minimum size? Yeah, do that for zoom by dragging too, and the AI would just do all this for me. At some point, it won't be as fun, and there I'll have to tell to not use the AI for certain things. Because doing stuff for fun is not about doing it the most efficient way. A lot of the time, it is whatever you have fun doing, you do it even if you have tools to do it more efficiently. Hey there, TS Just. Good evening. Why are you telling me good morning? It's good evening, right? Isn't it like 10 o'clock or something where you are? I'm just fixing bugs, TS Just, in this image viewer that you've seen me work on. 22 o'clock, yeah, so I was right. I'm still cursed with the AM PM thing. Even though I do 24-hour clocks everywhere, I still mentally translate back to AM PM because what most people I usually talk to day expect. If I like in my mind, I start with 22, and I'm like, okay, what is that? Yeah, that's 10 o'clock, and then that's what I have to end up saying. Okay, so the bug we were fixing is if I make the rectangle really small, it should. There we go. So it zoomed in that general area, but it made it the minimum zoom, which right now is 10 by 10, and then I can zoom out from there. You know, the zoom out is not obeying the zoom in works, but the zoom out, oh, maybe it is generally correct. My objective with scroll by zooming is that it generally like keeps the area under the cursor where it was. It's like, you know what happens is it wanders around a little bit because of the pixel snapping. I think that's fine. As long as like when we draw and drop a really tiny rectangle that it makes at least 10 by 10, I'm happy. Cool. Rapidly knocking things off the to-do list. Oh wow, so we're just have ruler marks and test with non-square images. So I think we should test with non-square images. So I need a GIF that is not square. Didn't I have one on the stage before? Yeah, someone had given me this. Problem is it's a very large GIF. No, that's also square. So no, it's not square. It's rectangle. I think this one would take forever to parse though. Do we want to just give it a try anyway? I can do it in this GUI. Let's see how long it takes to parse. The parsing is very slow because we're using basically an interpreter of a format, and it's not optimized at all to efficiently parse the file like you would when you open it in your operating system. So it's going to be super slow, but let's see what happens. Thinking. See, and this is on my to-do list as well, that the parsing should not take the UI thread. It should take a secondary thread, and we should have like a little progress bar. So let's see what we get. Okay, it has a local color table. So that means, does it have a global color table? So this won't really work with my script as it is, because my script assumes that there is a global color table, and this one does not have one. That's what that 0 means. So we'd have to change the script to actually grab from the local color table instead. But it is definitely not rectangular. It is definitely not square image anymore. But yeah, I think this one won't really work because of how the images each have a different palette. That might not be square. That actually might be rectangular. That actually, the lull one might actually be okay. Let me see. That's taking a while to parse too. Yeah, okay, so this one might work. No, it's square. Let me look at one of the frames in the middle. Maybe it goes to non-square. Nope, they're all square. That's not gonna work. I need a non-square, like a more rectangular GIF to test with. What happens if the image is smaller than 10 by? That's a good point. Test with image smaller than 10 by 10. I'm assuming what will happen is the last thing will win, which is the intersect, and so it actually will force the area less than 10 by 10 just because it has to. I think it will do the right thing, but we'd have to test. Okay, does anyone have a safe for work animated GIF that has a very rectangular non-square size? Otherwise, I'm gonna just search the web. I have had a browser in one of these windows. I guess this one will do. GIF example. Taller or wider than it is tall. See, this doesn't know what I mean in that context. I mean, that's 480 by 366. That's actually a good example, right? Save image as. Homer? See, it's very meta. I'm just using it as an example. Okay. Amused by the simplest things. Taking a while to parse it. How big is that? 1.6 megabytes. Okay. We parse it. It's just rather big. Okay, good. It uses a global palette. Okay, so this should work. I just need to change my script to use Homer instead. It's right here. So we're going to, I'm just going to copy and change this. Stage Homer. Now when I run this, we should see Homer Simpson. Oh, thank you, TS Just. Try yours, even though I didn't see yours until now. How big is that? How do I, okay, there we go. Save image as. I just want to see how big it is, so I'm going to put it on my desktop for a sec. Nine megabytes. Yeah. Thanks, TS Just, but it's a little too big. I mean, this one, how long did it take to load? 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1000. It takes like 11 seconds to load this one, and this one's 1 megabyte. Yeah, it's too big because my parser is exhaustively going through every byte in an interpreter. So it's very inefficient at actually loading images because it's all interpreted and nothing is optimized. Hey, but other than that, like, got what we needed. Although it's very slow. Why is this so slow? What's going on that making my VM slow? My VM's slowing to a crawl for some reason. Am I out of memory? It's totally broken now. I don't know what's going on. Now it's unresponsive. GIF is a terrible image format for size anyway. Yeah. Time to optimize. I don't think I can unless I start moving things into the built-in. Unless I start hard coding things in the parser. Well, it's not even responding to clicking on the desktop. I think I have to Control-Alt-Delete the thing. Trying to be patient and wait for it. You know what I forgot to do this morning is check the VM to see if its disk was full. Oh, it came back. Control C, Control C. Abort. Okay, it sort of came back. There we go. There we go. It's coming back. Whoa, it's like really confused though. That we don't need. First of all, am I running out of disk space? No. Not running out of disk space. So what was going on here? Not doing anything now. The load average was quite high. Why do we have 3 terminals? Because I clicked on the terminal button in panic. That's why. That's just the magnifier. Let me close this guy because, I don't know, maybe he's using a lot of RAM or something. This thing might be like RAM limited in a weird way. Yeah, so this really should be where the web browser is. Okay, run it again. I'm thinking I'm just stressing the VM a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the VM. It also has weird, like sometimes I get a mouse dead zone. But like resizing this image shouldn't matter because it's just a texture and we're not allocating resources by doing, I'm not allocating resources by doing this. I'm just throwing away the old surface, creating a new one, and then blitting the texture into it. Anyway, now we are testing with a non-square image. It says it's 0 to 479 and 0 to 365. Was that the size? .480 by 366. Yeah. That's cool. All right, now does zooming in work? It does. The important thing is to maintain the correct aspect ratio, which we do by the fact that the canvas itself has the same aspect ratio as the image, which makes the pixels square. So no matter what I draw here, I should get aspect ratio maintain square pixels. All right. And then the magnifier still works, yeah. Okay, I think we've successfully tested with a rectangular non-square image. Yeah, well, since this is a VM, everything ultimately is either in the host's memory, which I don't think I'm running out of, or it's the VM's disk, which that's why I did the disk space. Like, when you run out of disk space, especially in a VM, which is doing a lot of swap, because I probably just didn't configure it right. I probably should have just given it more RAM. And I think that I gave the disk is too small to begin with. Anyway, I think it gets stressed because it ends up starting to swap, and the swap is doing a lot of file writing back and forth, and who knows. Anyway, when you zoom in, you can really see the dithering effect of how images with limited color space, this is like only got 256 colors, right? How they give the illusion of more colors is they use dithering, with the idea that you're probably not going to zoom in like we're doing here, the zoomed out image. You won't see the dithering effect so much. But yeah, you definitely see it when you zoom in on an area that's supposed to be continuous, like these alternate colored pixels. That's dithering. Cool. We have tested with non-square images. Okay. Hey, TS Just, have you found one that's smaller than 10 by 10? Or anybody else, actually. Have you found one that's 402 kilobytes? Why is that downloading it? Okay, how do I get that into the... I guess I just copy link and then go into the VM and paste here. Not talking to you. My phone's like, hmm? Nice one. TS Just. Okay, so how do I move that? I guess I want this to move to workspace 3. That's the easiest way, and then I can just drag and drop. Move here. Okay, and then I closed the main GUI out of an abundance of caution because I thought I might be running out of swap. Oh, you have a 9x2 one? Awesome. What does that look like? Oh, and that's a nice one because it's only 3 kilobytes. It's just a little white square, though. Oh, wait. I see what you did. You just resized it down so there's like a green blur in it. Okay. It'd be nice if we had a smaller than 10 by 10 example that actually has something in it that we can check, like maybe a tiny little stick figure or something. 2 pixels. Well, it is a good extreme example, so let's include it. That and that. Rename. The name is kind of long, so I'm going to rename it to 9x2. Let's just call this bunny. Okay. File open. Let's pick the small one. So that should parse real quick, and it's actually 64. No, 62 images, but each one should be real small. Oh, there's a comment extension. Shift resize with easygif.com resize. TS Just, your methods are exposed. That's actually a good test of that part of the. I don't think I've had a comment extension before. Maybe I have. But yeah, we can actually get the data blocks. Here we go. Anyway, here's the first real image. It does not use a global. Oh, there we go. So it's all ones. I guess that makes sense. There should be 18 pixels, right? 18 pixels spanning 8 symbols. So this is the entire encoded image, is 4 bytes. 4 bytes encoded to decoded to 18 pixels. That's actually a really great test of my parser because it has a different minimum code size of 2, where all the images so far I've tested with have minimum code sizes of 8. So that means each of these codes is only starts out at only 2 bits wide, and then it becomes 3 bits, and it worked. Making TS Just do a lot of work here. I think what you've already given is pretty sweet anyway. Can I just look at the existing downloads thing now? Yes, I can. I see what that used to be. They used to be Tim. They used to be Tim, but you really resized them down. This is probably better because we can see something distinct in the image. Here, let's call this one small Tim. File, open data, small Tim. Ooh, bad plain text label. Uh-oh. What happened here? Unable to parse plain text extension. Bad plain text label. So that means I have a bug in the format? Hold on, just to make sure. Not a... Yeah, so there's a bug in my... So this is a valid GIF, right? But I can't parse it. Thank you, TS Just. You have found a bug in my formatter. So what did we do wrong here? So it didn't expect 254 to be a plain text label. Or it expected a plain text label there. What's up, Rustations? We're working on my programmable parser, and we actually found a GIF that my parser isn't parsing correctly. So let's go fix that. Plain text, right? Okay, it went into graphic control block. Okay, so maybe it has to do with, maybe I missed something in the original thing here. So plain text label has a fixed value of 01. It doesn't. It has a 254. Wait, where did the last block end? There's the last block ended. This byte is the... Oh no, it didn't end there. Okay, it's a graphic control label. Graphic control extension. So we're inside a graphic control extension here. Because it's 21F9, right? 21F9, there's a graphic control extension, and there's I did a data header look ahead for some reason. That looks like a bug to me. Why would we look ahead there and then do that? Here's the extension part, and then it's supposed to look ahead and find, okay, it's expecting something. I think I must have misinterpreted this. Let's look for graphic control block. Graphic control extension. No, we had the graphics. Okay, it's the not the graphics control extension itself, but it's the graphic control block, right? Okay, a graphic control block is an optional graphics control extension and a graphic rendering block. Right, graphic rendering block. So we're not parsing the graphic rendering block correctly. It's this 21FE. What is that? That's an extension introducer. Wait, there's another extension? There are two extensions. What? This should just be one extension. This one does have a palette. Hey there, Regalius. I think the problem here is that this one's got a graphic control extension, and then it's got I think this is that plain extension, but there's not supposed to be an extension here. You're not supposed to have two extensions in a row. You're only supposed to have one extension, and then you're supposed to have a rendering block. Unless this implies you can have more than one. I don't know, let's read it. One or more. Okay, so it's the or more here that I didn't get. Okay. Wait, this one says at most one. So which is it? At one or more, or at most one? Oh, I see. Okay, graphic control extensions used in two places. If it's in an image descriptor, you can have one or more. If it's in a block, where did they say? If it's in a rendering block, you can only have one. So problem is this graphic control extension I think is in two places. No, it's in one place. Wait, then what? Zero or more. See, this definitely says at most one. I just can't tell yet if that is a rendering block. Wait, but it says an image descriptor is a graphic rendering block. It's optionally preceded by one or more control blocks. Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to interpret it as we should do a while here. Hold on, did that? It didn't fix it. That might be because this look ahead is different from that look ahead. I can't remember if this is allowed to overwrite that. I think it's not allowed to overwrite it. So I need to call this something else. Next look ahead, and then I need to say like, well, I need to have a local because I don't want to overwrite the look ahead given to me. So let's say I don't know. This look ahead equals look ahead. And then this look ahead. No, it's still bad. Bad plain text. 254 is for FE is what? It's a comment extension. I don't know if I said hi reg alias, but hi reg alias. Yeah, I'm getting caught up in TS just got me a GIF file that my parser fails on, so I must have some error in my format. So I'm trying to figure that out right now. And hey there, Tinspin. I don't know if I said hi to you either. Comment extension is a special purpose block, which is supposed to appear. Wait. It's a separate block? Wait. So it's not that it's a while, it's that the rendering block might not be there. Because this is a label? So label doesn't. The label is F9. It's a. Okay, so graphic control label. So it doesn't have any blocks. It's just the graphic control extension is followed immediately by FE, which is a comment extension. And comment extension, I thought was only supposed to be in a special purpose block, which is it's a top level block. So that kind of tells me that it's not that you might have extensions down wherever we were at. It's that this is optional. That means a graphic control block doesn't have to have a graphic rendering block in it. It is possible for other extensions to be present between this block and its target. This block can modify the image descriptor block and the plain text extension. Okay, that's the problem. Okay, then I think I have to loosen this a little bit, right? So I need to sever a graphic extension needs to be separate from this. Yeah. So I just did this wrong. So let's undo this stuff. Okay. So I just misunderstood this whole thing. So what this is saying is that that there eventually will be a graphic rendering block, but you can have other extensions between it. So eventually we'll have a rendering block, but we'll have any number of extensions first. So I think that tells me that we need to put graphic rendering block in here as separate from graphic control block. So I need to see, it needs to look ahead and see the rendering block. So that's 2C. If it's 2C, then, well, that's image descriptor. Okay, so we already have that in there. Table-based image has an image. Okay, then it's already, the condition's already here. It's just, this needs to be moved to an else if. Else if. This. And then I move that rendering block. Wonder why I have plain text extension there. I think that needs to be moved out too. Anyway, yeah, it's just graphic rendering block. Okay, so then graphic control block doesn't need this if in front of it, right? Because you've already matched it. Yeah, so this is wrong. It's just table-based image, right? It's plain text extension that's different. That's the one that's 2101. That's this one. Yeah, so, okay, I should have known this, I guess. If and this is where plain text extension goes. So we don't need this look ahead, really. It's always going to be table-based image. It doesn't need a look ahead. This actually makes more sense to me now. So there's no if here either. And no look ahead. No look ahead. No look ahead here. Special purpose block has a look ahead because it's either an app extension or a comment extension. Or expected on line 90. Yeah, unexpected or. Else if unexpected on 93. Else if. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. Only it's split up now. Oh, because they all have comment extent. Wait. Oh, I see. Okay, so the structure is a little bit different now because the control extensions and the images are separate. I guess that makes sense because these are extensions. So do I need this extra syntactic thing graphic rendering block, or is that just like in the way? Same thing. Okay. The control block makes sense because the control block is one of many things, right? No, it's not. I think this might be extra. I can get extra layer. I can get rid of graphic control. It's always in the reference to as an extension, so there's no such thing as a block. Yeah, so it's just extension, right? So that's just here. Just an extension. Okay, that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? If we look ahead and we see an extension, it's an extension. If we look ahead and see a plain text extension, it's a plain text extension. If we see that it's that image descriptor, okay, here's where this graphic rendering block, is there anything else other than a table-based image? Okay. I think the graphic rendering block is supposed to, let's see, it says extensions may precede it. But it says it contains parameters when processing, so it's sort of ambiguous. Does the rendering block include the extensions or not? This sort of says that, actually this says, this doesn't have any say about whether the rendering block contains the extensions. It just says it has put parameters used when processing the rendering block. So I think the way to interpret this is the rendering block is coming after the extensions. So the question remains: can the rendering block be anything other than a table-based image? Table-based image. That's just the data. So why did I have a separate descriptor and then the data? Image descriptor. Oh, I get it. I was basing it off of the grammar. That's the problem I had. Yeah, this grammar is really flawed, right? Because in our case we have two extensions. We have an app extension and then a graphic control extension and a comment extension before the actual image, right? We had three extensions in a row where this says that, well, the actual table-based image starts here, right? Here's the image descriptor. But we had two extensions before that, and this implied there was only one graphic control, a possible graphic control extension. Yeah, but we had a comment extension. So where's comment? So that's a special purpose block, which according to this grammar says it's part of a data, which is not a, right. The grammar's wrong here. The grammar says that a comment extension only shows up in a special purpose block, which is not in a graphic block. But in this case, it definitely is. It's sitting there between the graphic control extension and the rendering block, right? So it's definitely should, yeah. So this, I should have just ignored this grammar. It's just wrong. So we've just found a bug in the grammar that dates back to 1989. This says that a comment extension is special purpose block, which is outside of a graphic block. But here's a case where the graphic block, which is the graphic control extension and the rendering block, which are, here's the graphic control extension and here's the rendering block. Sandwiched in between there is a comment extension, which so it technically, according to the grammar, shouldn't go there, right? So I think the grammar is wrong because when we looked into the minutia, it said that one or more extensions can go before the rendering block, and I think it left like when if we look up comment extension, it'll probably say it can go anywhere. Blah 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 blah. It just says that it's restricted to the rendering block that follows it, but it doesn't. Okay. It didn't really say more. Any number of them may appear in the data stream, that's fine. Okay, so it's recommended that the comment extension do not interfere with controller data. They should be located at the beginning or the end of the data stream. In this case, it didn't. It was stuck right here in the middle between the graphics control extension has like the animation time and the transparency flag and all that. It's supposed to modify this rendering block, which actually has the image in it, right? So the comment extension really shouldn't go there, and they say it's recommended that it not go there, but the tool made it did it anyway. All it says here is that it's limited in scope to the rendering block that follows it, which makes sense. It doesn't actually say that it has. The only place where it says it implies that it has to go anywhere at all is in the grammar. But then the grammar, obviously, we have a tool that made a file that Linux can display correctly, and I presume everything else can display correctly. It's just not following the strict grammar at all. Oh wait, what is this? Okay, it's just saying that it indicates it's possible for something. All right, so really, I shouldn't have treated the grammar as the gospel, right? Better thing to do, which actually makes more sense when you read this, is when we get to data, we look ahead and we see, is it this kind of extension? Is it that kind of extension? Is it if we see an image descriptor, we know we fit the rendering block. If it's none of the above, it's a special purpose block, and a special purpose block can be an app extension or a comment extension, and that's the only thing that we can recognize. So now it's sort of decoupled so that when we get into, so this, I can just collapse these. I don't need these to be separate. There we go. Rendering control block is one thing, right? So we have rendering block has the image descriptor, image data. This still has an extra layer because the comment extension is a type of special purpose block. That's fine. Okay. Okay, I think we're back to being good. Let's test with some other data I had. So let's try the 9x2. That works. Let's try Bunny. Was Bunny a big one? Yeah, it was a bigger one, right? 400K. Let's try the hog slide again. Okay, I have to be careful now because in my script, I think I was picking this block to get that. I was looking in that block for the image, and now it's in this block, right? So I have to be careful what index and data I use. So, what are we testing with? What do we decide to test with? Now that I fixed the GIF, what was I gonna actually use? Oh, I was gonna use small Tim, right? Let's make sure we can parse small Tim. Yes, and then where's the first image? Okay, it's index 3. Okay. So then over here, index 3, right? Index 3. Oh, and the structure is slightly different now, right? It's not graphic control block anymore. It's just graphic rendering block image. So get rid of that layer, and there's no more table-based image, right? Yep. It's just the image. So that I like that. This is a lot simpler now. So data 3 is a graphic rendering block. Graphic rendering block in data block 3. And that has the image descriptor and it has the image data. Okay, so let's see if that works. Whew! So thank you for finding a test case that broke my formatter. Broke my format. I could fix the format and move on. Oh, it's loading the wrong image. I forgot to rename it. It's still loading Homer. We want small Tim. Oh, something is nil. Image is nil. Line 29. That's nil. No, it's there. Image is GIF data 3. Data 3. Graphic rendering block. Image is nil. So it's that has a problem. GIF data 3 graphic rendering block. GIF data 3 graphic rendering block. Oh, it's off by 1. Lua starts with 1, not 0, so it need to go to 4. How many times is that going to bite me? There we go. There's our small Tim. Oh, we panicked. Not a number. Not a number. Ah! Okay, so I'll have to find out why. So maybe when we're zoomed out. Anyway, here's small Tim. So it loaded it even though it's only 9. Wait, is it supposed to be 9 by 9? I thought you said it was 9 by. Oh no, 9 by 9. So this one is small. We don't care that it's still square. At least it's less than 10 by 10. Yeah, I can't zoom in or out, which makes sense. And zooming by rectangle should do nothing. Yeah, so basically you can't zoom in on this. You can still do the magnifier, but you can't zoom in, which makes sense, right? So can I replicate that crash? Yep. Okay, so we have something in there, so I can do this trick where I do the rust backtrace in front. And because the image is small, I should probably just do a debug so I can get more information on what's going on, right? Not dejub. If I get all the way, there we go. Debug. It doesn't like debug. I guess the absence of release is debug. Only that's building the wrong. It's I don't have to change. I have to change the symlink to make this work, because the symlink links to the release version. How can a Rust program crash? It min is greater than max. Either was not a number. So I have a situation where I think I had an expect in there. I have an invariant that was not caught. Whoa, no, that's quite the stack trace. Yep, here it is. So I have an invariant drawing the vertical ruler mark on line 226. So then I don't really need to build the debug package. I could have just, because it was using the release build. I can continue to use the release build, and then I don't have to mess with the symlink, because even with the release build, I got a good enough stack trace here. That is quite the stack trace. But yeah, it's here. Selection line 226. So an invariant inside of there broke. I guess it's clamp. Yeah, here we go. So it wasn't my invariant, it was inside of Rust itself. Right. So the minimum and maximums are past each other. Well, that makes sense, right? Because this is assuming that the area can fit the margin of the ruler plus the text, half the text width. It's obviously not going to fit that, right? Yeah, so what do we do? Maybe we don't even draw if the area is too small. So it would be something like if text width is greater than inner area dot width, I think I want to add the ruler margin, right? Or subtract the ruler, well, add the ruler margin to the left-hand side. I think we just abort. We don't draw the ruler mark if it's too big. And then I'll probably want a similar thing on the horizontal. Yeah, because it has a similar clamp. So in this case, it's the text height. greater plus the y margin is greater than the height. I think that's right. Let's give it a try. See, this is why we test with corner cases, right? And destroy x while it's in use. Shouldn't the bar checker catch that? Where did it say that? Is it somewhere in the stack trace it said that? Yeah, I don't see that. Oh, this trying to destroy a surface sample still used by surface texture? I think that's just a side effect of us panicking while we're holding a reference. At that point, it's like, it's a second order panic. It's like, yeah, we're unwinding from a panic, so all bets are off. Yeah, see? Now, it's hard for you guys to see, but it's still drawing the selection cross, but it can't draw the text because the text can't be clamped inside this tiny little areas. A tiny little area here. In fact, you know what I think we'll do is, if the image is under a certain size, I think we won't even reserve space for the rulers at all. And we'll reserve a space for the rulers if it's bigger, right? See, now it's able to draw those numbers, but if it's so small, maybe we recover the real estate of the rulers. Because if the real estate of the rulers is dominating the main image, like, it's sort of pointless to even draw them, right? So that would be something like when we're doing layout. So that's in draw right here, right? Or even before draw? Layout and draw. So inside layout and draw, yeah, I think in here we will only allocate space for the ruler. So let's just we'll have a special case. If total size dot width. What is total size? It's a vec. Total size dot x. Let's say if either one is too small. No, if both of them. So if the maximum of both of them is under the size of the image itself. How do I know that? Self dot image. Do image width max image height? As F32. We'll just have an alternate way of rendering. So it will be we just tell it to use the entire area. I guess do I need to allocate the size? I think I will. Yeah, because I need oh no, I don't. I don't need the response. I should just tell it to it needs to know these areas. Why does it need to know these areas? Oh. Because it's going to try to draw them. Okay, so we just make them optional, I guess. Let's see, how complicated would that be? So it would be like none and none. What about padding the text buffer with spaces when nothing is there, so always the correct width? Well, it's just we can't draw the text at all if it's too small. So we can't draw the text if there's not enough space to draw it in. But at that point, I'm like, if we can't draw anything in there, it's sort of pointless. So why don't we just draw the image without the rulers? So I'm making the rulers optional, really. What I'm ending up doing. So these are optional. It kind of should go together, but yeah. So Yeah, can I need to group these, I think. Because otherwise it gets kind of clumsy. I guess I'll just make another struct. Ruler areas. And we put these in there. And we can just say top and bottom. They are not optional. The whole area becomes optional. So this is ruler areas. Optional ruler areas. Okay, and then back where we draw. Layout and draw. Just one none. And this is sum. Hold on, I'm gonna keep that line as reference so that I can just redo this to be sum ruler areas. Top is top ruler area. Left is left ruler area. That. Okay. Now it's in one thing, so I can do like this thing right here, right? And just reuse the same structure. That's rect, and this is size, so I don't think I can. And I use those down here to draw. If I move these things around, yeah, if I can join these together, it'll be easier. Like that, right? And then I can say if let some ruler areas equal ruler areas, then left ruler area is ruler areas dot left. Top ruler area are ruler dot top. Then we draw them. Okay, but then this goes outside. That was it? I have one warning. Loss of precision. I think that is fine, and we'll just have to give a reason here. Need to compare UI area to image size. Okay. I'll be amazed if that's all I needed to do to fix it. That's okay. Inacle in bottle? I'm not saying your name right. Is it okay if I just call you Bottle? Okay, cool. So, wait. It's still drawing rulers. Not supposed to do that. Yeah. Okay, we screwed that up. It's never going into that if. When I make it that small, oh, you know what? The image is really tiny. It's not that the image is too small. Okay, the real condition is if the total area is how should I say this? Like the initial area that it allocated, if it's going to be dominated by the rulers. So it should like calculate how much space the rulers would take, and if it's more than half the space of the image, then it should just not draw them. Yeah, I think the if condition is wrong. So this is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. It's not that the total size is less than the image, it's that the total size is less than half the image's size. Or the other way around. Less than twice the image size. So if it's going to take up the same amount of space as the image or more, then we don't draw the rulers. And that should be dynamic. So as I resize the window, it should actually show and hide the ruler. Nope, didn't work. It won't let me resize the window. I already have a mouse dead zone. Okay. Sudo reboot. Actually, before I do this, I made a lot of important changes, so I want to send them out of the virtual machine, then reboot. I get mouse dead zones where I can't click. I can drag into areas, but I can't click in those areas. And so it makes the windowing system unusable. There's a window that gets stuck there, and I can't interact with it. Rebooting is fast enough that I don't mind doing that. It's just annoying that I have to do it at all. Try that again. It's still not doing it. I don't know why. Time for printfs, I guess. Okay, it's lost its mind about the formatting, but that's okay. Okay. Probably a symptom of improperly released graphics resources. Maybe that's related to the earlier panic message about unreleased. Yeah, something in the VM itself, probably. Not something I'm doing, right? It's applied to the macro print line. Oh, I put it in the wrong place. Wait, it didn't print anything at all. Why is it not printing anything? Oh, I might not be building it. Oh, shoot. The history, yeah, that's the problem. I wasn't building the release build. I need to be careful when I use the command history. So the symlink for Lua is using the release build. If I don't build the release build, we're using an old build. Now we're printing our things, but it's still wrong. It thinks the total size is very big and the image size is very small. Oh, did I get... I think I know what the problem is. It doesn't know it's going to have to shrink the image. We need it to understand what the minimum size is for the ruler. That is ruler height. Yeah. So I need to do ruler height in here. It's like, yeah, this is wrong. What should it be? The total size x actually, does it even matter? This total size? I think it does. Right, it does, because as we resize the window, it should allow us to draw the rulers again. So it should be like that. Something plus or minus. This is where my brain is giving me trouble right now. I think it would be. If I do minus here, I want to put it on the other end. So that would be plus on this end. I don't know if I'm keeping the 2 in there yet, but I think I'm moving that into here. So if the larger the x and y dimensions on the screen is less than the image width plus the ruler, still doesn't seem right. Since the width height can be different. Well, I'm avoiding doing absolute value by never subtracting. So I'm adding on the other side instead of subtracting from the total size. That makes sense. But I'm not sure that times 2, what size that goes in. Okay, now it did the right thing. It decided not to draw the rulers. But I still have a selection thing, right? Now if I drag that bigger at some point, there we go. At some point it says, okay, it's big enough we can afford drawing the rulers. Small, okay, that's exactly what I wanted. So I think I guessed correctly. So that's the smallest it can be before it says, nope, too small, we're going to get rid of the rulers. Which makes sense because that's probably the minimum space we need to draw the text anyway. So if it's a very small image, oh, it's still drawing the markers though. We really shouldn't draw the X and Y markers if it's that small, right? Maybe I'll keep it in there for now because sometimes there is enough space to draw them. Like, well, we can never draw the one on top though. That's the problem. You know, I'm okay if it's there transiently, that we're overdrawing the top. That's fine. What happens if we do the magnifier? The magnifier's there, and it kind of works, but it is overdrawing things. I think it's good enough. I think we move on. I think we say that it's good enough, so I'm going to get rid of the prints. We're leaving that allow in there. I think we're just saying it's working. Or do I need to test again with the larger images? Let's test again with the rectangular one. So that was Homer, right? We don't. I'm gonna assume it's block 4, but we'll find out. So total size less than ruler height. Is that what I ended up doing? These are very small. I think we do need to account for them because if the image is bigger, then it'll make the rulers too small. Well, maybe, okay, so maybe these aren't, maybe I don't need those. Yeah, I think you might be right, Bottle. These are dominated by the ruler anyway, so maybe I don't need this. Then I can get, because then that's a reason to get rid of this allow. Is we just don't consider the image size at all. We just say if the total size on screen is smaller than double the ruler size. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Okay, I was wrong about 4, but that's okay. We're gonna go back and try one more thing here, right? So it's just ruler width max ruler height. Then I don't need this, right? That would be nice and simple. Go back to using small tim for a moment. Yep, I think you're right. Maybe I just tweak that 2 times number to be like 3. Then I really need to have a global for that, right? What would I call that? Like ruler. Yeah, I think that's better. So it uses all the real estate for the image until it has quite a lot of space, and then it allows you to have some rulers on the sides. Okay, I think Bottle, you had the right of it. My brain just wasn't working well enough. So then let's just make a constant for this. So I don't know what to call it. Like I don't know. Ruler cutoff ratio. That's as good as any. I'll use your suggestion. As long as when I come back to this code 6 months later, that I'll see that word, that name, and I'll be able to figure it out. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for that, Eddie Bear. I should also test making it wide and tall. I don't know if I did that. So, okay, what about? Nope, it's not behaving correctly. Do I need to do the min instead of the max? Yeah, I think that's why. I think these need to be mins, not maxes. I get those kinds of things backwards all the time. I don't know about you guys, but like I get the sign backwards, I flip the reciprocal back the wrong way, and I'll get min and max confused. And rather than just figuring out a lot of times, I'll just flip it because there's only 2 possibilities, right? So here I just flipped it and now it's working like I wanted, right? Not enough horizontal space, no ruler. Enough horizontal space, rulers again. Not enough vertical space, we flip back to just the image, right? And then enough, now we have rulers again. You could try writing a build script that makes the correct symlink at each build, saving you from configuration pain. Yeah. I already do kind of have a pseudo script going on in my history. Good suggestion. I don't know enough about build RS scripts, though. I'd have to learn about that. So, why don't I just make a to-do thing? Learn more about build.rs scripts so I can make some to automate process of linking the correct bridge plugin after building it. There we go. Second min should still be a max, you think? So this is just taking the smaller of the 2 dimensions and then smaller of the height and width. I see what you're saying though. Because we're comparing something's minimum with something else's maximum. The minimum better be less than the other one's maximum. Yeah. Okay, we got 2 votes, so we're gonna go with Eddie Bear. Bottle and Eddie Bear will win. long as it behaves correctly, I'm fine with that. Yep, we're good. And then the other dimension, we're also good. Nice. Excellent. So let's flip back to Homer. Comment out, comment in. You know what I really should do is make that number configurable up at the top, along with which GIF file, right? What I should do, or I could have the script be just look for the first image dynamically. Okay, what did we do to the palette? Parsing the palette wrong. Interesting. 0FF. That's weird. 0FF00. Huh. I wonder if there is a local color table in that image. Because right now I'm ignoring the local color table. So if there's a local color table overriding the global one, it's going to look funny. Yeah, I think these probably have local color tables. Let's new tab over. I'm not really caring too much about fixing bugs in the Lua script right now, because really it's just a vehicle for testing the image viewer. But if I did care, I would go probably automate it to look for the first image, and also hold on. So look for the first image, and also capture the local color table overrides the global one. Clearly an employee of Mr. Burns, yeah. No, it's not that. I'm pretty sure that we'll find a local color table. So it just so happened, I think, that the first time I tried this GIF, I manually selected the first image, which probably uses the global color table. So they're probably using a scheme where what happened to the GUI? Finished running? Wait. Why is it not running? Oh, because I said build. Why is it not running? Because you didn't tell it to run. There we go. So open Homer. Just to confirm, I'll probably be able to see it right away, because probably the first image doesn't have a local color table, and the subsequent ones don't. Or do. It didn't run, yeah. You don't know anything about GIF files and local color tables? So I'll show you here what I expect to see is we don't really care about the binary view, but in the logical screen, there will be a global color table if the global color table flag is 1, and we even know how many colors there are. And if there is one, it follows, and here it is, like all the RGBs for all 256 entries, right? So that's probably what this first image, yeah, this first image does not have a local color table, right? So that means its image indexes into the global color table. So this is 3, right? But if we go to what we were using, 7, which turns out to be 8 here, it probably has a local color table. No, it doesn't. But maybe one of the other ones does. No? Okay, this one, no, that one doesn't either. Okay, it could be wrong. Weird. They don't have local color tables. None of them do. So then how is it? How's it actually working? Yeah, none of them have a local color table. Okay, well, I don't know why they're not drawing right. Maybe I have another bug, but I really should be picking the third. I should really be trying the third data. Not the 7th, but the third. Is it some only these pixels have changed from the previous thing? I don't think GIF has that. I think the neon green is because it's indexing into an unused section of the color table. I could have some bug in how I handle the color table though. Yeah, see, we're back. So the first image is okay. It's just there's something wrong with the next. I guess I can verify that. But first, let me make sure the image viewer is good. I see it behaves the same way. You make the image small enough, so it is independent of image size, right? Make it small enough in any one dimension, and it takes the rulers away. Cool. Zooming in still works. Zooming out still works. Zoom by drag works. Zoom by drag twice works. Okay, so yeah. The next image is plus 1 is 5, so from 3 to 5. I don't know, let's see what I get. And I guess I could dig into why it looks funny. Like maybe there's some other flag there that says to do something else that I'm not understanding. Okay, so there is some difference. Oh, wait. It could be the decoder is wrong, right? Well, if the decoder is wrong, I wouldn't get the right shapes here because I'd have wrong. So it's some index, it looks wrong, and that's actually near the top too, right? Yeah, the very first decoded pixels are wrong index. So what are they over here? Not 6, but what is 6? Oh no, it's 4. 5 will be 4 of base 0. So the second image. This is just telling me there is no local color table. Index 255. So how many of those are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 255s and then a 169. Yeah. So it's index 255 and the color table looks wrong. What about the previous image? Oh, it didn't start with 255. So it is something about those first few pixels. No. So that will get you 255, a whole bunch of 255s in a row, actually. So then I don't really know what's going on because, like, if I went and found entry 255, hit 0, FF 0. Is that supposed to be the transparent color or something? Let's see. Just like oh yeah, okay. So it's supposed to be the background color. So maybe I'm not understanding how background color index. I thought that was supposed to be the transparent color, so I could just ignore it and I could draw it. It doesn't really matter if I draw it or not. It only matters if we're drawing it above something else and it's supposed to have a background. So all these pixels that are green because it's supposed to paint the background. Oh, is it overdrawing the previous image? So it is what you were saying before, Bottle. I think, or is it TS Just? TS Just says GIF does in a pen mode where it just adds pixels onto the previous frame somehow. So maybe that's what this is doing. It's just redrawing the pixels that changed. And it's using the transparent color, which we're actually drawing and we shouldn't. It's using that to try to steal from the previous frame's pixel. XFCE on stream isn't way too off topic, yeah. I have OS thing. It says exactly what I'm running. And I am working on an image viewer. But it's specifically an image viewer that is being automated by my parser. The overall program I'm working for, which is this parser. And we actually had some fun parser stuff to work on today because TS just found a GIF that I couldn't parse. But now we're parsing this and just trying to understand why when we view this particular image, which is this one, and it has 255 pixels, and those 255 pixels are the background color index, why it shows up in green. In the color table, it is green. The 0FF00, and I was showing that by doing this way. So that's red 0, green 255, blue 0. So that does match what I'm seeing here. But theory that TS Just is put forth, which I think is a good one, is that when it's the background color index, we're not supposed to draw, and it's just banking on the fact that the previous frame had a color there, and it's just drawing on top of that. Yeah. So yeah, Buzztronic, I hope that you can kind of get the gist of what we're doing. So mostly focusing on getting this image viewer to work. I think I don't care that it's drawing it this way, other than maybe what we should do is draw some kind of background, because really it's supposed to be transparent. And then maybe in the automation, because eventually the main GUI is going to automate or drive this thing. Maybe what the main GUI will do is it'll build the same way that an image viewer would, a real image viewer would do it, which is what TS Just says, where it first decodes the first image up here, and then on top of it draws the next one, which is here. Because the first image was good. If I go back to the first image, 3, and here's how we're automating it right now with Lua. But imagine later we might automate it by having instructions in the parser format itself. Took less than a second to compile, but my parser takes a while to churn through the bits there. Yeah, the first image is fine. Yeah, anyway. My parser is programmable because you described the format in a language I came up with. The parser itself, this guy has a compiler built in. So when you open a config file and the config file references a format file, it parses this or compiles it into memory, and it uses it as a recipe on how to parse the GIF file. So that's why the top level things like header, logical screen, data, and trailer will appear up here. If I collapse everything, you'll see exactly that: header, logical screen, data, and trailer. And data is an array because in the parsing language, data is here in a loop. So the parsing describes hierarchically how to understand the bytes from the input file, and it includes conditionals and loops and other kinds of flow control, so that the shape of the data can change depending on what you've parsed before, or in this case, there's a look ahead. This says look ahead, unsigned integer named next, 8 bits wide. UI and S are built-ins. Everything else has to be built on top of that. You got an image of me? Oh. You want me to parse that one? So TS Just wants me to parse. Oh, I already got rid of my browser, so I have to open it again. This guy. Nope, not least. Why did it not copy the right thing? Why is my copy... That's weird. There's a glitch in my Twitch chat. It was taking words from the There we go. Taking words from the previous line. Save image as. Actually, that's exactly where we want it to go. Save. All right, so I'm opening it in here first so we can take. So there are. Which one did you curious about to see if it drew? I guess we can try both. So it's 3 and 5, right? One based in Lua. We'll just draw 3 first. Hello, Raimu. And then image 5. I did 6 instead of 5. Oh, yeah, you're right. It did not preserve the well, it's expecting that the transparent color is preserved, right? I bet you this index, which is used in the corner, is probably the transparent color. So if I look at the logical screen descriptor, no, it's 241. Well, let's see. Is 240? No, it's 255. But obviously, when we show it, we could see that in the second frame, right? So maybe I have to look down here. Maybe these are drawn with transparent pixels. Yeah. We can't tell the difference between because they're all white. But if I were to show the indices, they probably aren't all 255s, right? There's just too many of them to show. Yeah, I don't know of a way to show that right now, real quick. Doesn't use the local color table. Yeah, we just can't see. We just can't see in there. What happened to the Hello Raimu? What's 241 look like? So that's FF. And what about 255? Why is it not scrolling to it right? Okay, it's 255. Right, so that's the problem is both of those entries in the color table are white. The transparent one and the non-transparent one are both white, so that's probably why we can't really tell. Yeah, okay. Anyway, good tests. I want to load one more time the POG slide that I've been using to make sure it still parses correctly. And then, do I want to shorten that name, or do I care? I think I don't really care. Okay. So we tested with small images. Yay. That's to do later. That's to do later. How long have I been going? 2.5 hours. So maybe it's good to think of a stopping point soon. So really the only thing left, other than moving it out to its own crate for image viewer, is to draw those ruler marks. So maybe I can just make a stab at that. But what I'm doing is I'm copying the files in the virtual machine out to the outside of the virtual machine so I can have a backup, and I actually check it into Git in a private repo. I just keep all that out of the VM for now. One by one would be a good test. Uh-oh. I know what TS Joss is doing right this moment. Okay, you have another one. You want me to try that? Oh yeah, because that doesn't have the same thing in it. But TS Just, you're working on the 1x1, right? No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to. So save that as 2. That works. So back over here. Is it building? I don't know. While it's building, go back over here and get ready to do that one. Where did the window go? Here. No, that's not it. Here it is. Stage 2, open. Yeah, again, this has 2 of them. Okay, so let's just see what it does. Why is it recompiling again? Shouldn't have touched it. Shouldn't need to recompile. Okay. So that's probably using that transparent color 32D601 all the way. Okay, so what does it show up here as? 255, and that is probably the transparent color, right? Yep. But it's doing that trick for sure. Yes, Just. So the first image has stuff in there. There's your gradient, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's probably picking from the all the colors are arranged just right. And then the second image is just trying to leverage off the first image. Yep. So that is the transparent color, is this green. So let me, just to verify, because I feel like it, I'll put that to 3, and then when I run it, it should show the nice gradient color that you made. Yay, look at that. Hello. Gradient colors. Whole bunch of 1s and then 2s and then 3s. I wonder if I should show the index in the image viewer too, along with the color. I'm not going to do that right now, but I'm going to consider that for the future. Consider showing color table index viewer along with color and magnifier. All right. Nice. Aha. Wait, this one is index instead of RGB? Well, GIFs are intrinsically indexed. They're indexed by having a color table in there. So you have an index color table. It's right around the top logical screen. Here it is. Here's your gradient captured as a color table. Oh, Eddie Bear was just saying a good test would be to parse a 1x1 GIF. But I bet there are examples of that already out there, right? A single pixel GIF. That's probably something we can just search for. Single pixel GIF. It's 160 by 160 though. It's going to be hard to get it in an image search though, right? What is RGB index mode? Oh, that's how it is inside of GIMP, but when you export it as a GIF, the GIFs are always indexed, so it's going to force your RGB into an index. Yeah, it's just going to convert it. How about example? Well, this will work. Base 64 encode of it. I don't care if it's transparent. Or a black one. Yeah, so what I'll just do is I'll base64 decode that. Don't I have that in here somewhere? I do, base64. So I want to in decode. Yes. And here it is. Trick is going to be, how do I save that? Can I just throw that into VS Code hex editor? New file. And then just save that as something. And image tag with custom width height source just to do that. I see. Wait, 1x1.gif was widely used in 2000 era. Oh yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. Oops. I'm making my own 1x1.gif. Then use reopen with hex editor. And then paste X. Hey, that worked. Kind of. That doesn't say GIF though. It says G and then 49F. So something weird happened in my browser here. Copy. Paste. Nope, that's not working. Delete. How come I can't cut that? Cut it. Ah! Close. Abort. Don't save. Copy. Let me get it into there. Maybe it's these spaces or something. Let's eat all the spaces. Select all. Delete them. Okay, there's a raw hex stream. Maybe the hex editor will accept that. So reopen with hex paste or paste as hex. Actually, I should just do the that worked. I just saw the base64 thing. I should have just done that one, right? Okay, so that should parse in my parser. File open 1x1. There we go. So we have the ultimate smallest image we could possibly have. Wait, did it not decode right? How come there's no out? Oh, the output is a single zero. So I expected a tooltip, but it's so small it actually fits here. It doesn't need a tooltip. It has a 2-color table in it with some arbitrary color 5, 4, 4, and 0. That's a weird color. So there's a color that's near black and then a black pixel. Okay, that works. So then let's see what. So that's just the first data block, right? Okay. Ultimate small test. Close that. I don't need that anymore. Don't save. 1x1 first data block. And there it is. It's 1 pixel. Oh, and we crashed. We found a bug. Hey there, Raby. I am streaming during your evening so that you can see me instead of like super early in the morning. Let's see where my crash is. Okay, it's in selection RS9255 in draw zoomed area. So Rami, I'd love to use my parser for Digimon. So I need to connect with you again. You're still working on the Digimon stuff to like put the Digimon format into my parser, because now that I have this image viewer I'm working on, which I can show you real quick if I guess correctly. Nope. My guess is incorrect. We'll try 4. That's also incorrect. 6. Wait. 7? Oh, that's why. I'm working on this image viewer, Rami, and so I know Digimon stuff has images too. So if I were to write out the syntax for Digimon files, and then I could extract the images for them and show them. I haven't integrated this back into this main part of the app yet, but if you can imagine, maybe the image viewer would go down here or something like that. Not done anything with that for a year or more? Oh well. Mostly it would be like, you've already done all the research to collect the file format info, and I would translate it into my format language, and then maybe I'd get some example files from you, and I can see, can I actually pull stuff out of it? If it's 2D images. I don't have a 3D thing yet, though. You don't want to go down the route of parsing Digimon textures? We're already going down the route of parsing GIF textures, and we're finding this bug. So I'm testing with the ultimate small image, which is a 1x1 image, and it worked until I tried to open the magnifier on it. So it was this with block 0, right? So when I do this, oh no, it's not 0, it's a 1. Indices start at 1 in Lua. So we have a 1x1 image here. It's black, but if I turn the magnifier on, it crashes. And it crashes, we know where it crashes. It's in draw zoomed area. You know what, I'm guessing this would also crash on the 9x2 example as well. Should I try that? What does 9x2 look like again? So its first rendering block is index 4. I'm just confirming that it's probably because it's less than 5 tall or high. 4. So here's the 9x2. Yep, crashes there too. I probably have an assumption that the image is at least 5x5 in there. That's what always happens. You like assume, oh, it can't be smaller than 5 pixels. So 252. 252. Right here. Yep. And so it probably also told me the message. Yep. So it's again, min is greater than max. Min is 2, max is -1. So I need to have a maybe we just don't draw the zoomed area if the image is too small. That'd be the easiest, right? Or it's either I don't draw it or I don't. No, I think we should just not draw it. We'll just say if. I can even do it before here. Hey there, Gbone1. You're rating from Melaneth. Thank you, Raiders. Thank you, Melaneth, for joining the channel. I'm fixing a corner case bug here in my image viewer. With if the image is really small, we'll just take the minimum of both dimensions. If it's less than the magnified region overlap, that would be less. Actually, I think I'm just going to do this magnified region pixels. Then return. And actually, I'm comparing integers to floats, so actually it's easier if I do it this way. And I say this one like dot x and y. And no self. Oh, I have a mouse dead zone already. Dang it. Time to reboot already. But I just want to make sure that that fixes the bug I have. It would be a huge help for DW2. DW2 implementation plus... So what's DW2? Did you say what it was? It uses its own text table lookup word, lookup table commonly used. Oh, Digimon World 2, okay. Yeah. Okay. I can't click on that image. Ah. It's in a mouse dead zone. Ah. I can do move. And there. Now I got it out of the dead zone. Okay, so the bug was I couldn't popping up the magnifier. Now I can't pop up the magnifier at all, which is good. What I want. So let me test again with the 1x1. That's the corner case, literally. Everything is a corner. Oh, not 0, 1. Again, how many times am I going to make that mistake? Lua starts with 1. So here's a 1x1, which is just a black pixel, and yeah, we're good. Nothing crashes. I can click in there. I can right click. Yeah, and we can do that kind of click. No biggie. So let's return to Pog Slide. I like Pog Slide. Was it 3 there though? I don't remember. Yes. Pog Slide. So just to test the magnifier's works on an image that's big enough to be able to use it on. And I should be able to zoom in. I can zoom in really far, and magnifier still works, even though it really doesn't add much other than the color value. This still works. All right, I'm happy. Got to reboot because I have a mouse dead zone. I'm using Lua to automate the rest. Let me show you real quick. Does the zoom break on 1x1? No, it just didn't do anything. So it early exits if it's too small. If the invariants of zooming or any of that are violated by the image being too small, it'll check on that before it happens. Run. So I decided to use Lua for 2 reasons. One is that Lua lets me automate extracting what I want to see, and also Lua is a convenient way to just pop a window on the screen and show something. While I'm developing a widget, it's sort of like a standalone host for the widget, and so I can develop it in as much isolation as I want, rather than the I could develop the widget as part of the main app, but then I'm pulling in a bunch of other things that really I don't really care about. But see, what the automation does is basically goes into a rendering block and goes into the image descriptor to get the width and the height. So this is the 9x2 example, right? And then it goes and gets the image data, which is this set of pixels. And it also goes into the logical screen color table and extracts that out. So here's what it's doing. By doing require, you're pulling in a plugin. So I've made a Rust project which is a Lua plugin, and it exposes functions for constructing my parser, adding formats to it, pulling in the file we want to parse and actually parsing it. And then here's what it gets back is a data structure wrapped in Lua that we can index and find all the stuff we need to. So we get the global color table. Here's how we get the image. And then this is also how I stage the image viewer widget in a host window and run its event loop. So it's just a convenient way. I've been able to change the file really quick, and I don't have to mess around with the UI. So that's one reason to use Lua. And the other is I'm thinking like when I click on the graphic rendering block, it would be cool if there was some Lua-driven automation that knew that when the user clicks on the block to show the image viewer and feed it the image from the image data. That would be neat. Something that's a little bit beyond the scope and responsibility of the format itself, right? Because the format itself, it just says, when you get down to the image data, that's it, right? Here's the data. It doesn't go beyond that to say what the user might want to do with that data. So that's more of like the user interface or something that's either automating the user interface, or in my case, I'm thinking I could have blocks of automation code built in here where like it'll say like on click do this script, and the script would call things back into the GUI to say take this image and draw it somewhere. Yeah, so you can both embed Lua into Rust, and you can also take Rust and build modules that you can embed into Lua. So let me show you that latter, because that's what I'm doing now. I call it bridge. And so in the bridge, we're using mlua. And looks like I'm slightly old version, but that's okay. It's if you enable the module feature and you make your crate a cdylib, that is a C-compatible dynamic library, then you need to tell mlua how your main program becomes basically a loader table. So you make a function that takes the Lua interpreter and returns. I already have a dead zone. I just rebooted too. Anyway, you get a Lua interpreter and you return a table, and that table is going to be what you get back from the import or from the require. So that bridge right there is what we're returning from the bridge. And so we fill the table with functions so that you can then call them later like this. And marking the function with this mlua Lua module is all that you need to do. Now, when you build your crate, it actually makes a dynamic library that you can load into Lua, and it discovers everything. And the type system of mlua helps you connect the Rust and the Lua together. So, like, what's an easy one to explain? Like parser new. It just creates a parser, and it's able to return it as a as something that works with create function, because create function has to have something that returns something that can be converted into Lua. That's what that means. And multi just means that you can return multiple values, because Lua, you can have multiple return values, kind of like a built-in tuple thing. Anyway, this works even though this is not intrinsically a Lua type, because I have implemented this user data trait. And that's all you need to do to get it into Lua. Being a Lua user data, that means the parser is basically representing the Lua wrapper for the thing in Rust, which is a reference counted interior mutable parser, right? And then with the wrapper, we can add fields, add methods. So I went ahead and did that here. And if you want to go backwards, if you want to be able to take this wrapped parser and send it back into Rust, then you implement this from Lua, which is a little bit more involved because we can't just take any user data. It has to be user data that is runtime type matching our type. So that's what this borrow as self does. This will return like an error or a none, I think, if the type isn't us. If it's some other user data, it'll basically, with this question mark, it'll end up returning an error saying it's not our type. And if it's not a Lua user data, we can just simply generate a manual error saying that's not a parser. The caveat with wrapping Rust types in Lua is that they have to be clonable, or basically that be owned types. So you end up, when you passing something that's already wrapped in Lua back to Rust, is you end up making a new reference or a new clone of it. If you want it to be the same object, then you make it a reference, not the direct type. So that's why I have it as a RC there. So the clone is just making a new reference to the same parser. And if you need that to be mutable because of the rules of reference sharing in Rust, the only way to make it mutable while still shared is to do dynamic borrow checking. So dynamic borrow checking, single-threaded is refcell, multi-threaded would be mutex. So it's essentially like, by default, when you share by reference, you're giving it to a lot of different threads potentially, then it's read-only. To make it writable, you have to enable runtime borrow checking through refcell or mutex. So that actually introduces, if you did have a borrow problem and you tried to borrow it from two threads at once, with mutex you get it gets locked. So the first thread gets there and the other one has to wait. If it's refcell, you get a panic because it's single-threaded. You shouldn't accidentally have two borrows within a single thread, right? That's a logic error. So there's some caveats there. It's not magic. It doesn't solve every problem. It lets it be mutable, but there are certain rules you have to follow where you either get a deadlock or a panic depending on what type you used. Hey there, Maya Runner. Or Maya Rainer. Hi. You always need the refcell or cell for interior mutability. Yeah. I'm just saying the difference between single-threaded and multi-threaded is multi-threaded, you can synchronize with the lock. Single-threaded, you have to follow the rules that only one mutable reference is allowed at once, and you can't have both a mutable and an immutable reference at the same time. Yeah, I'm just going over the rules in Rust of how I'm able to take my parser and make it shareable through a reference count. It has to go through a ref cell, and this whole thing is a Lua wrapper. Yeah, Raiders came in right in the middle of me explaining how I'm automating my Rust code with Lua and how I connect the two together. So yeah, again, really briefly, you want to do something that mixes Lua and Rust, use mLua. If you're making a Lua plugin, and in Rust, you enable the module feature, cdylib, and you export your symbols through a table. And then it looks like this in Lua. It's pretty neat. You lost your train of thought halfway through. That happens. When I get a mix of questions all at the same time, and I'm kind of picking and choosing the ones that are fun to respond to, I'm going to be jumping around a lot. Yeah, so I'm, just for the benefit of the Raiders, I'm not going to do a full re-explanation of what I'm doing because it's just going to be really redundant and tedious to everyone else. But just really quick, Programmable Parser it's a program I'm writing that you can tell it how to parse different files. Right now we're looking at an animated GIF, and for example, PogSlide is an animated GIF. We're looking at one of them. I think we're looking at a different one other than PogSlide, but they're essentially the same. There's a header, there's a logical screen which has a descriptor with the width and the height, there's a global color table, and then you have different blocks, and this block happens to be an image. And it's programmable because you feed the program format descriptions, and here we go. Here's GIF with a header, logical screen, data, and trailer. And it's hierarchical. There are built-ins like string and unsigned integer, but everything else you have to build up like building blocks until you can build an entire file. So that's GIF. And then I also have JSON. And not knowing the language that I invented for this, you should be able to at least get some hints about what it's doing, especially if you know JSON, like a JSON value is either an object or a string. And this is a look ahead because we're saying if the next character is that, then it's an object. So my goal is to have a parsing language that is flexible enough to support any conceivable data format, and then I'm just going to start accumulating different formats. And if I get enough of them, we can do crazy things like have the tool figure out what the format is just by trying to parse it as different things. And basically what your OS does, only I'm doing it from scratch. GIF or GIF, however you want to pronounce it. So lately, I've been working on a widget that I want to plug into this because it's kind of boring to see images as just a table of numbers, especially if you're looking at a bigger image. And I have to reboot to fix this, but I have a little problem with my virtual machine. But let me just show you an example of what the widget I'm working on will do. And you just imagine it'll plug into the corner of the main UI. It's if you click on something that's an image or an image-like thing, like maybe a palette or the frame of a video or something like that, that it'll have this up over in the corner when you click on the thing, and you can inspect the details in it. So you can zoom in, you can say what pixel is that, what's its color, and I've just been working on this the last couple weeks because I obsess over details. Everything is working, and we tested all the corner cases. The only thing left is to actually draw ruler marks on the top and left sides. I think it's the only thing left to do. Is it that late already, Rami? Yeah, it's pretty late for you guys. All the folks in Europe. Okay, quickly I'm gonna reboot the VM because it's got this issue with dead zones for the mouse. The only thing I know that fixes it really quick is to reboot. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Well, that's exactly what I'm doing now. One day we'll find out what's causing the dead zones, but for now we're just rebooting because it's quick and easy, relatively speaking. Examples. And then cargo run this thing again. Then, yeah, here's our image we were working on. All right, file, new tab. Run the main GUI. Trying to understand why sometimes it thinks it needs to recompile it even though I just compiled it in the other window. I'm not quite sure about why that is. Remote X server or reboot again. You really think it's the Remote X server thing? Probably right, but why didn't I run into that 2 years ago? Oh, we're still in the 9x2 example. Go up, go to the examples, and pick Pog slide. So that's this one that we're... So yeah, I mean, this is where I started. I'm like, I don't want to see it like that. I want to see it like... Already closed it. Hold that thought. I want to see it like... Come on, don't take so long to build. You're killing me here. Like that. So once I get these two integrated, it'd be like down here somewhere. And then like you would see that when you click there, you would see that. And then if you click on the next one down here, you'd see the next frame, whatever that looks like, etc. And you could like flip through it like an animation book. Okay. Praying that I don't get the mouse dead zone to come back. Build folder is not the same. My understanding is that although this one's in examples and this one is in the parent directory, it still goes and finds the same projects and puts it in the same directory. So like there's no target directory here. It ends up putting it one directory up and then down. And I know it's hard to see, but so there's both the GUI and the bridge right there. So I don't know why it's building it more than once. Okay. Ruler marks and measures. Although it's getting kind of late for me. Keep going. Okay, draw. I think the work to do is inside the rulers. So right now, I had a to do to make this a single line. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that now. And then this will be border lines. Border line or border path or something like that. So if I remember this right, it's UI.painter.line. And then the points are in a vector. So I guess we'll just bite the bullet and do vec. Same stroke. It's a white line. So I'm just gonna steal from there and put it there. And so this is gonna take the place of these individual segments. As long as these are arranged in the same way, I should be able to just make it one thing, right? Expected a position. Oh, yeah. So I have to merge these two, right? So this would go first, wouldn't it? And then these two merge. And then if I were to change the order of that, then these two merge. Oh, I deleted both, didn't I? Didn't mean to do that. Just delete that much of it. Then reorder that to there, and then remove the duplicate. Wait a minute, do I have too many? Left top. The Y, and then over to the right. Yeah, it is four points, right? To form 3 lines. So then I should need these 3 redundant. So that should be it. Well, hold on. Keep that separate for now. Let's see if that did it. Also changed it to opt level 1 for experiments, not much slower. I could also just use debug. Devs needs more liquid glass. Hey there, Epic Unknown. How are you doing? Well, I'm on Linux, not on Mac. Is there liquid glass on Linux? I'm on probably an inferior OS build of Ubuntu with XFCE. Well, it didn't really break that ruler, so I think that's good. So then, I think what I want to do is I want to have a helper that can put text somewhere, and then I need to find like a good interval to draw them at. Major intervals. So it's going to start from the left and end at the right. And then in between we want intervals, and we kind of want to round them to like some sane nearby number, right? Or would it be for a window to sample what's below in the compositor? I don't know. I think you just have to have access to the surface the compositor is drawing to as a texture, and then you can access it, right? It wouldn't be slow if it's done in the GPU. If you just made the previous compositor output a texture you can sample in a shader, it'd be actually pretty quick. You would possibly need multiple render cycles or stages or whatever you call them. Passes, render passes. Not parallelizable stacks of windows. No, they have to be done in order. All right. See, actually, before drawing the major intervals, we want to draw boundary. This is the horizontal ruler, so left and right edges. Let's start with left and right edges. So, assuming I have a helper function, draw I don't know what to call it. Draw text within bounds. And I mean, we could just start off with the text. We'll start off with the UI because it needs that, and then the text. It's going to be something we don't have yet, but we'll be passing it in. So I have a hard time figuring out names. Got to composite it, then blur it, then refract it, repeat. I'm sure Ray March will say, but I'm going to guess that it's from its experience from either working on a windowing system or graphics, like you know, OpenGL, Metal, Vulkan. Take your pick. You learn a lot of that stuff when you pick up when you learn how to use a graphics library. You pick up a lot of that stuff. Shaders, yeah, shaders is one of the things you learn when you learn the graphics library. All modern graphics libraries these days use shaders. They just have them in different languages. And actually, once you learn one of them, you can kind of figure out the others too. It's just a slight difference in syntax. Ultimately, they have to compile to the same thing anyway for your graphics hardware to understand it. It doesn't matter which graphics library. It eventually goes into the GPU as like instructions, like a machine language to the GPU, right? What am I gonna call the thing? Gotta call it something. Like left what? Left. I'm just gonna call it left. So we're gonna draw the left at the top ruler area. Left. Actually, we need a position, right? So this right here is a good position. Why don't I actually give that a name? No, it's this one I need. Do I need to give that a name? I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to put it here. That's where we want to draw the text. That's the lower left bound. So I'm going to want to parameterize this with how it gets aligned, right? So where have I drawn text before? That was done in the galley stuff. In selection? Here. Oh, with galley we do our own alignment stuff. So maybe I just let it figure it out. So I'm going to give it a position and then a rectangle that it needs to fit in. I think that'll work. So here, so the position is literally the left, and then I need to give it a boundary. So that we can make once. So let ruler bounds equal rect from points. Yeah, I can just give it 2 points. So the points are here's one of them. And here's the other one. From those 2 points, we get the bounds. So bounds, and then what else does it need? There's the text, where to place it near, the bounds to fit it in. I think that's good enough. So then we're gonna want to draw that twice. So there's gonna be the left and the right. We put that over on the right. Same bounds, right? Okay, so gotta fix the errors now. We need left and right, and we need draw text within bounds. So left and the right, let's do that right here. Left, usize, right, usize. Because they're ultimately unsigned integers that index into rows and columns. So usize is appropriate for that. And draw text within bounds. Alphabetically, that would go here. Okay. I'm just stealing an instance, a call site instance, so I can get the types right. So UI is borrowed UI. The next one is the text, which is a string. And then this is a position, which is a pos2. And then bounds is a rectangle. Okay, I gotta fix 2 more errors first. Right, so this needed left and right. So the left and the right are the extracted from the zoom, right? Left. And then that we're gonna filter through image from UI. Terrible name, but that's the name of it. Is that not what I named it? It's not what I named it. Image to UI? Yeah, it's terrible because it's not really UI coordinates, it's just to float. Should I just fix that now? Image position to floats? Or just position image to float? There we go. And then while I'm here, wait, I called this image position from, it's should be position image. Okay. And it is already sorted alphabetically. I think I'm just gonna bite the bullet and I was gonna say bite the bullet and just copy this allow precision loss, but now I'm considering just make another const function. So this would be like a coordinate image to float, and so that's a single coordinate that returns an F32, and really it's just a wrapper to say what we're doing. We're converting a coordinate from image space to float. We're not even saying it's a float for UI. It could be to a float. How it's used later could be used for the UI, could be used for something else. So it's really not that much, but we're just giving it a name and saying why we're losing the position. So this is casting image coordinate float coordinate. And actually then I can leverage this in there, right? Why is this a problem? Oh, that has to be on the whole thing because it's now an expression. Either that or I have to give it a name and return it. So then, yeah, can't I just say then this is just position coord image to float 1 and 0 and 1? Yeah, I can, and I did. All right, that whole thing was so I could reuse it up here where there's an error. I can just say that, and then I can the same thing with the right edge. size. Oh, I need the other direction. Okay, well, so then that's float to image. Just have it go both ways. Okay. Gonna look a lot like this, only backwards, right? F32 to usize. Possible truncation. Actually, I could have grabbed that. Casting float coordinate to image coordinate. Do I need the precision loss one? Sign loss. Okay. And then really these should be way up top, just to try to keep these sorted. And this one actually goes after the other. Okay. Yes, okay, we're good. Okay, and now we just have warnings. Okay, I don't know how that happened. We don't need that. Okay, so now the only warning is we're actually not drawing anything. Sorry, Armalis D. I didn't see what origin question mark went to. I think I went too fast and didn't read chat. My apologies. So I'm just gonna steal the galley stuff that I did over in this other module, because we're gonna want to do something very similar. And maybe I can actually leverage this in the other place. So the idea is a text galley, and I looked this up. There's interesting history behind the word. Galley refers to like typesetting, and it's the little tray that you make the template for printing type on. So the concept is we're arranging text to be printed later, but between when we arrange it and when we print it, we can look at its information, like how wide it is, and then we can also figure out where it should go. And then finally, we tell the painter to accept a galley, and that actually draws it. So then I think this, yeah, the ruler text becomes text. It needs a font. Font. Then that gets us the galley, and then we get its width. Do I care about a margin? Yeah, let's put in a margin, I guess. Let's make it a vector, because we can. And then I can just say, here it's margin.x. Okay, this is position. This is bounds. So here, this is the early exit where we don't even try to place it if it won't fit. Combine two of your favorite nerd topics, development and typography. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're basically doing digital typography by placing text so that it looks nice on the screen, right? Okay, so inner area is bounds again. So this is clamping it so that it looks nice, right? This is what's this again? Position? Oh no, that's the vertical coordinates. So that's position.y. But I need to review this because where I stole it from was vertical ruler mark. So let me go through this, see if I understand it. So we get the width of the text. If the width plus the margin is too wide and won't fit, we return. Otherwise, the center of the text is we take the x coordinate and clamp it to fit within the bounds, and then otherwise we take a position as the center minus half. So it's centered. So the position is where we want to place the bottom center of the text. So I might want to parameterize it later with saying like how to align it, but right now the alignment, maybe I'll make a note, alignment, center, bottom. Oh wait, that's top. Is that because Galley wants the top left or something? What's the relative, what's the anchor point? Hold on, let me go and see where draw vertical mark is used. It's the x coordinate, so that is the one on the top. So this is what I want to use for now because that's what we're drawing in. So it is center bottom for some reason. No, it's bottom left. No, top left. Top left. Okay, yeah. Then this is what I want. The alignment is center bottom. We're getting the top left. So really, it's I should just name this so it's more clear. Text top left position. And it doesn't really need to say. We don't have to say text all over the place, right? Can't we just say center? And then this, yeah. We don't need text all over the place. I think that was there before I extracted the code into its own function. Now it's maybe easier to read. Here's the galley. That's the width of it. If it's too big, it won't fit. We return. The center is that. Center bottom. Implied by how we do the math here, and then we draw it. Okay. So if I did that right, and I fixed the errors, because I think we added a font. Yeah. It should draw the left and the right markers. Well, the left and the right text. It's actually not going to draw in this exact space I want, but that's okay. Font. Do we get the font? We don't get the font, so we're going to ask for it from our caller. So we need to track this back. Draw. I think here I have the font. Don't have the font? Oh, weird. Okay, who knows the font? Was it in selection? Oh, there it was. Why did we put it? That's the cursor and color label. The selection was given the font when it was created. Oh, right here. So should that just be something? I think that should be consistent. So it should be something that's picked here, I think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move this up to the caller, because then we can pass it down to both these guys. So, and I'm gonna name it ruler font. And we give this guy a clone. This guy will get a clone in a minute. This guy can take the last reference to it. Then draw, so this is font ID. Okay, and then I'm missing an argument. Oh, margin. I think I already have a margin for this. We can just reuse the ruler. Don't I have a? Oh, it was in selection. Ruler text margin. So I think I'm going to move this up and then import it. So then back down here where it's used, we just have to import it. The only thing I don't like is that it insists on doing create there instead of super. But I can fix that. Okay, then back in here, it's this text margin X that we want. Here and here. It wanted a position too. Let's just compute. Actually, I can compute it here. Ruler text margin is vec2. Vec2 new X and Y. Then I can just use that. Put that down here. Okay. This margin I only use the X for. I'm not using the Y. Do I want to just go ahead and do that? Yeah, I think we would apply it. Well, hold on. That's center X, right? Yeah, let's just call it what it is. And I'm not using the center Y, I'm just using the bottom Y. So maybe I just manually subtract by the... No, if I'm going to reuse this later... Well, if I reuse this later, I'll just have a different alignment. So if for bottom center alignment, I really do just subtract the margin Y and call it a day, right? I don't have a height check. We're going to be modifying this when we make it work for the left side ruler, but for now it should be okay. Out of coffee. Hey, look at that. There's a 0 and a 112. 112 is the wrong number, though. It's also, I think I want to bump it up. We want to bump it up, and we want to be the width minus 1, or the right coordinate minus 1, right? Because the right is 1 plus the last pixel. Okay, so it's right minus 1. Or I can just make it the caller's job. That minus 1. Or really, it's after we turn it into integer, then subtract 1. This won't work with a 0 by 0 image. Good thing that doesn't actually exist. Can't have a 0 by 0 image, right? See ya, Epic Unknown. I will be streaming again, probably in a day and a half. Unless I get bored tomorrow and I stream more, but I don't want to burn out. Okay, so test it again. So that's the left and the right. Now the harder part is where do we decide to actually draw the ones in the middle? I think what I want to do is try to determine a major interval. We can start by taking the right minus the left and dividing by 10. And then if it's too small, we would multiply it by 2. Or we can have attempts. We can have either divide by 10. Well, first of all, I think we would want to turn it down to 100, right? And then try to space out intervals between 0 and 100. I also forgot to move the ruler up. So I actually don't want those ruler bounds. I want slightly different bounds for the edges and the intervals. So this is like ruler interval bounds. And yeah, it's this subtracting something. So I had a technique to figure out the line height, right? Or text height. I had a trick to do that. And where did I put it? Yeah, it was here. It was this. So we have to ask the UI to call us back with the font library, and then we can ask the font library to look up the row height given a font ID. Yeah, all that stuff. So I'm just going to manually paste it in there. So we have the font ID. Font goes there. And we want to borrow it. And then we want to use that bounds. There. And there. So that should boost the text up so it doesn't collide with the selection. Oh, it didn't do it at all. Oh, because what did I do wrong? I did something wrong. Left top, right. No, that should have done it. I mean, oh, did it not apply the bound correctly? I mean, this should have been, so we should have computed this before. Let horizontal interval horizontal text baseline. But even though I didn't give it the right baseline, it should have boosted it up. So I think I forgot to do the boosting in the first place. Oh wait, no, I only did it for the X, not the Y. That's the problem. Okay, so this is why I you might have been watching my stream for a while and wonder why the ruler was so damn tall, and that's because this is why I intended to have enough room to have 2 rows of text. Same reason why on the vertical ruler it's wider than it really probably needs to be. Actually, I think it even needs to be even wider. But it's because I want to have 2 columns of numbers, one for the actual intervals, and they'll be like little lines, and then on top of that we're drawing the actual coordinate. See how that works? So you know you're at the right edge versus what the actual edge of the image is. Okay, now the hard part, to pick intervals that fit there. So like, if we could determine the magnitude of the number, then we could round it. If we knew to round it down to 100, and then we'd try intervals of 10, and then if that was too much, we would then go to intervals of 20, and then maybe 25. We'd have certain like ratios of the major of the overall magnitude of the number, and that's where we try to draw the tick marks. And we want to round it. So like if this starts at 2 to 104, it really will draw the tick. It won't draw 12, 22. It would draw 10, 20, 30. That kind of thing. Hello, Spirit. Does the data parser work on do serialization, deserialization? It does deserialization fundamentally. So the input is serialized. It's like, in this case, it's a animated GIF. It's this POG slide. And we're deserializing that and then plotting one of the images that we've decoded from it. So I don't have a serializer yet, but that in the long-term future, you could conceptually modify something in the actual data and then reserialize it back to GIF. It's harder though because encoding is generally harder than decoding. Decoding is usually like no decision making is needed. You just follow the recipe on how you decode. But encoding it, encoders get a lot more freedom of choice. So like you could encode it with local color tables, or you could just have a global color table. You could reset the decoder, you can reset the coding table less frequently or more frequently. So I think it would be harder to do serialization for a lot of formats. If the format had no encoder decisions, it would be easy. But that's not generally the case. If the encoded, when the encoded data is compressed, you have to implement the compression algorithm. And if that compression algorithm has decision points where you have to like make an intelligent decision, or maybe it's even parameterized by the caller, like the caller can give you a compression ratio or aggressiveness, either like I want really aggressive compression that takes longer, or I want less aggressive compression that's faster. So like it would be a lot more complicated. Decoding is usually not complicated because the encoder made all of the decisions for you and you're just recovering the original data from what was already encoded, you know? So the big thing about this, because, you know, there are already GIF decoders, right? That's built into your OS. So why am I doing it? It's because I wanted a tool that I can tailor on the fly. So that's using its own language to describe how to parse, or basically how to decode the data. So that's why you see this is the, in my language, the description and the recipe for how to deserialize the data. That's why at the very top level, you see the same names, header, logical screen, data, and trailer, as you do here in the GIF. And it's building blocks, looks like a function, but the statements are instructions on how to parse bits out of the whole. So like get to header, and header, there's an S, which is a built-in saying parse it as a string, and it tells it how many bits. That's why the very first thing, we know how to parse it because it's an intrinsic, it's a string, GIF, right? So I have formats for GIF and for JSON. I'm working on one for MVE, and then to do are things like ping and JPEG and I don't know. I wanted to have an FMT.FMT because I think really the big test is, can it parse itself? Yeah. So mostly, like for the last couple of weeks, I've been focused on a plugin to this GUI, so that when you've deserialized something that is visual in nature, rather than seeing just an array of numbers that need to be translated into some visual representation, that we actually have a visualizer for that, and that's what this is. So I'm developing it like off to the side, and then I'm going to integrate it later. So conceptually, you would be integrated by, the widget would just be plugged into the UI here. Whenever you pick a different image data, it would just update the image viewer. Other things we might do, like if we can find the exact bits that contributed to a pixel, maybe if you clicked on a pixel, like you picked an exact one you care about, like maybe the very top here. If you clicked there, maybe it would show you where the bits came from in the original file. Oh, I love talking about how Lua is integrated. So this is running a Lua script because I don't want to have to manually click and find that image every time to quickly iterate through development. I would like to automate that. So I'm using Lua in this case to automate. It's basically doing the same thing that I would do in the GUI, where it picks the file to parse, it picks the formats, it parses it. But here's where we're automating the extraction of information. So this GIF is the overall data structure that we see here. Excuse me. And it's sort of automating finding and extracting the color table and the image. Hold on a sec. I've been talking for almost 4 hours, and I'm probably going to lose my voice soon. So yeah, to answer your question about how, it's actually pretty easy if you use a certain crate in Rust. Use the mlua crate. Enable the module feature. Make your crate a C-dylib, so it's a C-compatible dynamic library. Then in your top-level Rust, use mlua's Lua module. You construct a Lua table. You basically wrap functions that Lua can call that end up inside of Rust. And then you adapt the Lua and the Rust type systems. And there's several ways to do that, but one of the most straightforward ways is to implement this trait called user data. And then you've now hidden away a Rust object as a Lua user data. To get it back out to Rust, you have to do some dynamic type comparison, but it's not too bad. That's basically at a very high level how you do it. Now, I haven't done the other way, putting the Lua interpreter into a Rust program. My understanding is you use the same crate and it supports that. Rust is kind of like C++, only it's got extra things to it, like what you in C and C++, this would take the address of something, the ampersand. In Rust, it's saying that this is a reference, which is a special kind of pointer where it remembers how long the pointer is valid for. They call it a lifetime. And the compiler does static analysis to make sure you don't violate lifetime rules. Like, you don't end up passing a reference to something that then gets destroyed, but then referenced after it's been destroyed. So it prevents that kind of thing. And like, this is like how you do an attribute in Rust. And there are also attributes in C++. There's just, they look different. There's other syntactical differences, like the question mark is kind of like in Swift, where it's syntactic sugar to say, like, turn this thing into either, if it succeeded, just give me the value inside. If it didn't succeed, then do an early return with the error. Whenever you see the word result in Rust or error in Swift, along with the question mark, that's a clue that you're returning something that might be an error, and the question mark is an early return if an error was hit there. So at any of these question mark points, you could have an early return with an error. It actually makes, I think, it more fun and easy to read. If you just start to internalize that question mark means that, hey, this is a point where we might fail. And if it fails, we're returning the error and skipping the rest of the function. It also, like, just like C++, it has RAII. So like, when you acquire a resource, it's initialized at that point. And also when you release a resource, this reciprocal is true. When you release a resource, it gets deinitialized. So if we were to make this exports and then we fail at some point here, that we don't have to remember to destroy the Lua table. It just gets destroyed automatically. So I think Rust is more like C++ with extra syntax that's kind of akin to what you have in Swift these days. So The last thing I did here was change the baseline, right? And I wanted to make sure that, yeah, we only did a clamp for the X and we didn't do it for the Y because the assumption was that that would be taken care of for us, right? Right, so what was the warning about? That I'm not using that? Unused. Oh, yeah, we shouldn't, rather than recalculating it, shouldn't I just use that? You know, I don't think it, I really need to reuse that. I can just, this is pretty straightforward. Like here are the bounds for drawing. This is specifically the horizontal ruler interval bounds, right? Because the vertical one will have a different one. Do I want to go ahead and do that? Or stay within the oh wait, this is the horizontal ruler. So then horizontal is implied. It's just the text baseline and ruler is implied too, so it's just interval bounds. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that was the next thing, is draw the major intervals. So I think what we want to do is we want to take right minus left and find the nearest like magnitude to it, whether it's like, basically take the log base 10 of it and round that, right? Or take the floor of that. So let's calculate that. Let range magnitude equal right minus left as f32 and then dot log 10 floor, right? That would give us, in this case, it would give us like 2, right? Or 3, I guess. Let's print that. I'm gonna wait until later to fix the warning. So the idea is we're trying to pick like where we're gonna draw tick marks on that ruler, and we need to be smart about it so that we when we say the magnitude is 2, that means 10 to the 2, so 100. So now that we know it's 100, we can try to find the nearest like where to place the first and last tick marks and where to place the ones in the middle. So like if I was zoomed in a little bit like that, now the magnitude's 1. Maybe I do want to round up. But anyway, like let's say we did 15 to 90, we wouldn't want to put it at 35. We want to put it at like 20, 30, 40, 50, right? So we don't want to start from the left. We want to like take the left and like round it to the nearest major mark. I think we want to find the major interval and then round the ends to the nearest one, and then draw those and all the ones in between. So I think I do want to round this. And we can just try something really crude. So interval is range magnitude -1 exponent, right? Is there a XP10? What does EXP do? It's e to the power of, what about 10 to the power of? Is there no inverse of log 10? EXP2. 2 to the power of. Okay, I don't remember my math well enough to know how to get 10 to the power of in Rust, so ask my AI overlord. In Rust, how do you compute 10 to the power of some number? How? Are you faster than my AI overlord? How? Yes, you are faster. Ray March is faster than... Maybe Ray March is my AI overlord. Who knows? How F N, I guess. I'm surprised that there's no built-in. There's a built-in for log 10. Why isn't there not a built-in for the other way? So I'm just doing this step by step to make sure that I don't go too far and make a mistake, because I'm hesitant to do math all at once. Do a little bit of math at a time. PowF and PowI, yeah. So that's the wrong interval, right? Yeah, that's the wrong interval. It should be like 100 and then 10, not 0. Raises a number to a floating point power. So I have it backwards then. It should be 10 to the power of this. Right? And I think you have to do a 0 dot to make that work. Do I even need to do F32? Yeah. Syntax gets funny when you do it. I guess the other way would... Can I do a free function powf? There is no free function, is there? I have to do that. Actually, so if it can help me, then let's have it help me automate that process. Oops. No, it won't. Okay, never mind. Do that. Okay. Oh, there you go. F30. Well, that won't work, right? Because it needs a self. I think that's the problem. But I'll try that in a sec. Okay, good. So now my tick marks will be 10, right? And if I zoom in enough, it should go to 1. Although, so that's what we'd try to do, but then if it won't fit, then we go to the next interval, but then it won't be powers of 2. I'm going to have it jump up by maybe by 5 and then 10 and then 25 and then, yeah, be more smart about it. Let's see if that works. This is what I'd like to say, but I don't... Oh, it does work. Huh. That's cool. I didn't know that that would work. I presume that if self was in the first position, that you had to do it with dot notation. But literally, if I provide an owned value of F32, it's the same. Yeah, okay. Point goes to you, Ray March. So, we need to get like a rough estimate of how wide the text would be. So maybe we just trial it with Galley. So let actual interval equal trial horizontal interval with I don't know what we need. Do we need the UI? I'm pretty sure we need the font. We need the interval bounds. And we need the left and right. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the first that wins. So we're going to put in a little array. 1, 5. Actually, I should go the other way around, right? No. We're starting with the most aggressive and then backing off. So 1, 5, not to the next power, but I guess it would be 2, then 5, and then we'll back off all the way to that. So iter into iter first, find. I kind of want that to go first, though. Okay, it doesn't matter. Interval guess. Actual interval. And that might be a none. So I need this to be a function. Hey there, Mr. Hussein 47. Really brief overview because I gave one not too long ago. I'm working on this programmable parser thing. So, for example, here it is figuring out how to parse a GIF file. The GIF file we're parsing is this animated GIF. So it's going to have in its structure multiple data blocks, and a lot of them are the actual frames from the animation. And the frames are in these rendering blocks. And if in my tool right now you mouse over it, you don't get something that's easy to see. So I'm working on making a an extra widget. I guess what we'll do is just run this directly. An extra widget that plots the image that it decodes, that it parses from the file, and lets you kind of like zoom in and inspect it. So imagine like once this is integrated, it would fit down here, right? So when you click on an image, it would show you that frame. And if you click on the next image, which is down here, click there, it would show you the next frame. It would just update this, right? So that's what I'm working on right now. The overall project, it's a programmable parser because it doesn't just work with GIFs, it can work with any format as long as you can describe it in a language that I came up with to describe formats. So I have GIF, and I also have JSON, and I have MVE because another streamer on Twitch was working on MVE. That's like an interplay, like Fallout, Fallout 2, Baldur's Gate movie files. So like old 30-year-old movie files. And I have to-do list items to handle other formats. Like eventually I want to handle PNG and TIFF and JPEG and other things. And it also needs to be able to parse itself. So there's going to be an fmt.fmt at some point. Am I done with the language? Pretty much. I'm trying to stress it by picking different kinds of formats. So like I picked up JSON because that stressed the parser because there's a lot of look-aheads you have to do, and I want to make sure the look-ahead syntax was powerful enough. And I think we're good with that. So as long as the look-ahead can look ahead a complex format, because UTF-8 itself is pretty complex, right? As long as we can do a look-ahead with the complex format, I think we're pretty good. Because you can, with the look-ahead, you can try to you could try to say look ahead and see is the thing a GIF at all, and then it'll only if it succeeds to parsing everything in it as a GIF will it say yes, and then yeah. So I think so, but I want to stress it like a really good idea was can it parse itself? So the format language itself is kind of like JSON, but with extra punctuation and stuff, right? Can't put it on the GitHub, unfortunately, because of job rule number 3. Job rules. I got 3 rules. With my day job, they don't want me to do open source, so I can't put it on GitHub. Did a parser generate for the language parser or custom built? It's custom built partially, so I use a parser generator and a lexer that are publicly available. And I just have to supply the grammar. Looks like this. So like here's where like the things like this plus UI next :8 would fit into the grammar as a parsing goal look ahead. So there's plus and an identifier, optional identifier, expression list, and then that gets, if that rule matches, then in the abstract syntax tree, it's a parse statement, which is a look ahead. And then the other thing you have to provide for the lexer, you have to provide a type that is heavily attributed with patterns to tell the lexer how to construct your tokens from the input sequence. So like you give it all your reserved words and you say how to map the reserved words to the actual input strings, right? And then if it's more advanced, like it's a regular expression, you use regex. It's pretty cool because most of this overhead to wrap the type to work with a lexer is pretty still readable, right? I can still pick out what the tokens are in my language, and the attributes just decorate that to say how to tell the lexer how to generate it. So I like it. I still do TDD, but not for UIs. So the stuff I'm doing today with the UI stuff, I'm not doing TDD. I kind of draw the line at user interface and above. I don't do TDD. I do TDD for like the parser itself. So if I go to ingestion and I go there, there's a whole bunch of tests. Like here's testing that when we take an unsigned integer and we accumulate 10 into it, that we get 52. If we start with 42, we get 52 out. So this is probably the highest level I'm doing, and this is almost an integration test because it's testing the lexer, the compiler, as well as the parser, the data parser itself. So it's kind of a high level unit test, and mostly that's because it's super convenient to leverage the compiler and just have naturally the format in here, and then we're just testing the mechanics of when we actually parse something with it, do we get the constant that we expect out of it. OS is it's on a virtual machine and running on Mac Studio. And I do that so that I don't accidentally show private info on stream. There was someone else in the stream who used Antler. I like Lollipop a lot because it's very Rust-like, and it wasn't too hard to figure out how to write the grammar rules, and it generates Rust code. It works just fine. I haven't had any problem with it. So yeah, I have unit tests for the parser engine and down, but nothing for this UI stuff. Okay, so I need this function to exist. So let's add it. Let's just put it here for convenience right now. So we need a font. We have the Interval bounds is what again? I guess it's just the bounds for the entire area, right? Yeah, it's a rectangle. The rectangle everything needs to fit into. And then the left and the right is given. They're just the the first and last ticks and the interval. F32. I wonder if I should have translated that to F32. Anyway, this needs to return me an option. Or actually, it's a bool, right? It's really trying out to see if the interval will work. So the way... Hold on. Did I get interval right? Why did it not like this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2... That's the correct number. Mismatch types. Oh, it's a reference. Need to dereference that. Wait, what? Oh, clone. Okay. What's wrong here? Borrowed. And not actually moving it. So we don't want to... So we'll just do this trick where we have a block and we let font equal font.clone. And then we do that. And then I gotta do that with that, right? Where did I... Oh, I see. We moved it up here. Clone there. Maybe I didn't need to do this trick. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I didn't need to do that, so get rid of the block. There we go. Yeah, the problem was that font is sort of a weird thing, and it's not really my fault. It's that this is eGUI. So it's a type that, like, in the eGUI, this is the UI framework that I'm trying to make widgets for. It's an immediate mode GUI for Rust. Fonts are described by a font ID, and it's not a copy type, but it is clonable. And to this day, I don't know why it's not a copy type, but because it's not, we have to manually clone it whenever we pass it to APIs that want to own a font ID. So I could borrow the font ID, but it really should just be marked as a copy type. I don't know why it's not. But you get in trouble when the last time I used it is not a clone. It actually caused this function to take the last reference, so to speak. So we say, okay, well, you take another reference to the font, and we still own font, so that we can then reuse it down here. So that's what that was. It's not that big. It's really just a float, and the font family is, at worst, it's a reference to a slice. So I think maybe it used to be big, but it isn't anymore. Because what's the worst that this would be? A pointer plus a very small integer, and then plus a float. So that should fit into 128 bits or so, right? Yeah, but we're is that why, like, because you could just implement copy as like, isn't arc copy? Oh, maybe that's why. Is arc not copy? Arc isn't copy, right? It's only clone. Yeah, okay, then that's why. So it internally has a reference count, and so we have to explicitly make a new reference. Yeah, okay, that's the reason. Thank you for helping me find the reason. So whenever anyone asks why font is not copy, it's not that it's big, it's that it holds a reference internally. Probably it used to be big, and then they put that big part beside, made a reference counted so it's shared. Anyway, the whole idea here was to actually try out different galleys and see if they collide. So this galley stuff I did. So I think this is all I really need. So we would get a galley. I think it makes the most sense to take the right value and stringify that. So let sample text equal format. Oh, I forgot the UI. Okay, lay it out. Get its width, and really we just need to see if that's too wide. So it's if, so we would figure out the number of intervals, I guess. Let num intervals equal, and I guess we're going to round it up. So it's, this is where it would be nice if these were already floats. Maybe I could force these to be floats. And I really don't care left versus right, do I? Actually, I do, because given an interval, we might collide with the left, or we might collide with the right. Actually, no, but I don't care about that. If it does collide, I just won't draw it. So that means for me, I don't really care about this. This should just be range. And why don't I just compute it once? I think I already did compute it. Right. It was this. This is range. This is range. Okay. So then the number of intervals is the range divided by the interval rounded up. So ceiling, right? Just to be conservative. So then it's whether or not the width is greater than the interval bounds. And I really only need the width of that, right? Divided by number of intervals. Oh, I guess we'll just take, we'll just put range here. Yeah. The big part is str. Well, but it's not cloned though. Unless you're saying that's what made it used to be big, is that it wasn't referenced before? Are there any public Rust GitHub projects that you like in terms of code style and organization? See, that's a hard question because I haven't really had to look at many GitHub Rust projects because I'm finding that most things that are published to rates.io have good enough documentation that I don't have to look at the source. So I can tell you some of them that I don't think are organized very well because I had to look into their source. And you know what it tends to be is the projects that have poor documentation are also have poor style and organization. So that's a problem in being able to answer your question, because the good ones I wouldn't have looked at in the first place because they have good documentation. So yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head that I've, and that's been a problem for me in the past when I've tried to like learn how to get better at style and organization. How do you find good ones without just randomly sampling, and like you have your own criteria, which could be as simple as, can I understand this? Because understandable, self-evident code is intrinsically good organization and style, right? If it wasn't, you wouldn't be able to understand it unless you're an expert, I guess. But yeah, it's hard. I think I would do what I suggest. I think is I would just go sample GitHub projects out there, and just if you if you look at the code and you can't make sense of it in the first 10 seconds, just skip to the next until you find one. And then when it looks good, it probably is organized well and has good style, and that I would use that as a model. Okay, so the idea here is that we're going to try to aggressively, like, find the lowest interval that passes our test, and when it does, so if let some interval, then we're going to use that to actually draw. Oh, but before we do that, I just wanted to print it, right? Why? Oh, because I misspelled it. I'm like, why is it marked like that? Marked like that because it was a different name. Need to actually run it. And hello, Raphael 56789. Yeah, this is taking me a bit longer than I thought, but so this is saying that it could fit text with an interval of 1. I don't believe it. I think I might have done that wrong. Oh, shouldn't that have been multiplied by the outer interval? So this is really sub-interval. No, it's let me think about this. It's the max interval. That's the max interval. So scale, what I'm going to call it. So interval times scale. So times, so if it's 10, it's 10 times 1, 10 times, so it's 10, 20, 50, 100, until it's something fits. But the 1 shouldn't have fit. So what's going on there? Oh, this is wrong. It's not range divided by interval. It's no, it is range divided. So the range would have been like 112 divided by 1 is 112. So oh, that's why this is backwards. We need to find one where it actually fits. Okay, that's why. I had the logic backwards. It was finding the first one that wouldn't fit. Okay, that makes sense to me now. So though I was getting none because like every one of them fit, or every one of them didn't fit, no, or something like that, right? Yeah, no, every one of them fit. Okay, so it's still wrong. Some one. No, like when it's a small space that shouldn't have. Okay, there it went to 5. There it went to 2. No, but 1. That won't fit. They're gonna collide with each other. Do I need to print something out here? Actually, I'm just gonna print it directly. When in doubt, print. that correct? 5? No, see, 5 is not even enough. Like 15 and 20 collide. 27 pixels. So it says there are only 5 intervals? Oh, it's 5 times that guess. I'm not reading it correctly. So it's saying that it works with an interval of 50, which is correct. So it's going to go 0, 50, and then 100 won't fit. So we'll just have a tick mark at 50. But if I zoom out, now it says it'll print 2 times 10, so that'll be 20. And it couldn't fit 10. I don't know, probably because when it tried 111 and it wouldn't. You just go to 101. Yeah, see, it's not going to fit. Okay, that makes sense. So the problem is this is not correct. This is interval times that. Why? Oh, because this should be scale. And this would be if let some. Well, I'm going to eventually have an if let in here, right? So then I don't need that. Actual interval is going to be let interval equal interval times scale. And I'm overloading the names. I'll fix that in a sec. So this is interval guess, or base interval. And then call it what it is, base interval. Interval. Okay. If the base interval, there's some scaling factor we apply to the base interval. If we find one that matches, we have it. Okay, so the rest is actually not that much work, because once we find an interval that we're happy with, then we just need to draw them, and we'd have to find. I guess I can have it draw naively right now, starting from the left. But really, we want to find the closest to the interval and start there. Actually, that's not too hard. I can just divide it by the interval, or round it to the nearest interval. It would be like dividing by the interval, rounding, and then multiplying by the interval again. That's what we'll do. So you see how it says 50 now? That means it'll draw a marker every 50. If I zoom out, it can do it every 20 or every 10. And that's the max it'll do, because I didn't have it try more aggressively than 10. Okay, so yes, then we would do well, we have to compute the bound. So let first equal, where is it? It's left, right? Well, left as F32 divided by interval, round it, and then multiply by the interval again. And not just any round, right? It's got to be a ceiling. Also, we don't want to draw the left twice, so I have to be careful about that. So do I just add a small number? Well, I can just add 1 to it. That's an easy way to do it. And then we have last. It's going to be the right -1 pixel. And then floor that. And then we say for mark in first to last inclusive. And then we use this thing, draw text within bounds. We just have to compute where it goes. Oh, we can't do that with F32s? Okay, so I can do something like I was thinking an iterator, but yeah, couldn't we just do an iterator that's like iterates forever and then stops after it gets past the last one? So what's the iterator that just counts up? I don't remember this stuff. Anybody in chat remember? In Rust, how do you get an infinite 0 dot dot? Okay, Ray March, you're way faster than AI than I can type. Map n to first plus n as F32 times interval, right? And then take while n is less than or equal to last. Dereference? More efficiently. N is F32 mol add. These are just complaining about loss of precision. Sometimes it shows me the linter macro, and sometimes it doesn't. I think I'm just gonna hide the whole thing in here for now. To do. That can borrow it. Don't need to borrow it there. Don't use mark yet. That I accidentally undid. Okay, so then mark is the number. The position we need to calculate now. That's, I guess we can do that first. Position is inner area dot left plus, so it's inner area dot width times, no, the other way around. Mark minus left times that divided by right minus left, or range. We already calculated that, right? Range. I think that's correct. Okay, what doesn't it like about subtracting? It should be first. No, it shouldn't be first. It should be left, but trying to see, is there any reason like not to ask for it to be a float coming in? I'm kind of thinking that we should just keep this in F32 because then I don't need that thing at all. Yeah. It's just that I have to then subtract by 1 dot there. Conceptually, they are integers, but it's a lot easier with the type system if they are floats because then I don't need these as's. Actually, I need that one. Don't need these two though. Okay, good. Did I do that right? The left plus the width times the, I guess, yeah, I could have put that in either, but I started with that and I put it on the right, but I think that this is easier to read. Left plus how far it is from the left times the width divided by the range, which is right minus left. That's correct? So then that goes here. All right. Yep. Task. This is right minus left, and I don't need the parentheses either. So I never needed float to image. I have a feeling I'm gonna want it back though. What if I comment it out? Delete if never needed. Not sure yet. So when I do a refactoring step later, I'll figure that out. Okay. See how close I made it. So if this works, then I really just need to draw lines, and then I'll be done. And I could draw minor tick marks between them if those fit too. Don't you have to if you want to make something useful or write and save code? It's actually not too hard to minimize the unsafe code a lot of the times down to nothing. And one trick is to make someone else write the unsafe code and put it in a crate with a safe API. So I've done that a lot. When I did my keyboard project, I did that a ton. So the keyboard I made, I have the firmware in Rust, and so it's no STD, and so it's all like metal, and so there you're bound to have unsafe at some point, but because the hardware abstraction layer and the peripheral libraries were all written for me, they're written in a way that they have safe APIs. So I have had to do a little bit unsafe though. It's when you have to basically provide something fundamental that the library and the other crates don't provide. Like when I set up the heap, I think I had to do a little bit unsafe. When I did the flash imaging, because you talk to the flash through reading and writing specific memory locations, I had to take those memory locations and transmute the type to a pointer, and I think that's unsafe intrinsically. So that's I think where you're going to find the truly where you can't do anything safely is where there's no way possibly for the compiler to know that it is safe. You just have to assure it that yes, the hardware manual says that this is the address that I can safely write to, and it does what I want, and then you make sure to document that some way in your code. Say I'm gonna allow this unsafe code because it's proven this other way. I liked Rust for making the keyboard. Yeah, I do like it for embedded, but only because I didn't have to write all the hardware abstraction myself. If I had to write it all myself, it might have been too painful. So I don't know. Okay, here's my image viewer. Oh, look at that. Okay, we collided with the right one, but we're getting there, right? Do I collide with the left one? Yes. Okay, so we need to do a check about the first and last then. What's the best way to do that? Maybe the best way would be to restrict the region that we're drawing in as like an extra keep out zone, and then just like not draw the ones that are in the keep out zone. I think that's probably the easiest way. So we could get that from this. So draw text within bounds could just return a rectangle, right? And we simply return the galleys rect. All right, option, because we might not even draw it. Are we not allowed to? Oh, it's not. Wait, is it consumed? Okay, so we need to get a copy. Let bounds. No, we already have bounds. So galley rect. There we go. Okay. So then I'm going to collect those rectangles, and I think of what I'll do is I'll do an adjust the left and the right of the main bounds by the right and the left, respectively, of these two. So we'll just accumulate that. Let first right equal that dot map bounds dot right, because it might be none. We might not have drawn it, right? Let last left or right. How about first bound and last bound? First left bound, right bound. Map okay, and then we'll just compute it here. So it's this interval bounds, right? We can just repurpose it. Let interval bounds equal interval bounds. Why don't I just make it mutable? Actually, then I can just mutate it in place, right? And that'll prevent me from drawing the right on top of the left as well. Right? So if let sum left bound, then interval bounds dot left. That left? All bounds dot. Well, it's going to be left bound min interval bounds right. We don't want it to. We don't want right to left become greater than right. Wait. Oh, left bound dot right. It's hard to think of when. This is maybe not the best name. It's the left from one context. It's the leftmost number or leftmost column. But it's not the left of any rectangle. So it's the right of the left. Telling you, I'm like terrible with names. So here it's the other way. We're setting the right to be the right bound, left, then the current left bound. Okay, so that Hold on. This needs to match that range, right? So this is okay, so then I really can't mutate this, can I? Unless I remember the original. So so let's just make a copy. Hmm. Original interval bounds? Full interval bounds. I like that. So here we have the restricted bound. Okay, it doesn't need to match. So I don't need to remember the original. Okay, that's good. I need it here. This is the no, I don't need it there. Where did I need it? It's when I calculate where, right? Don't I do that in oh, I do that down here. Okay. Here I need the original bounds. No. Take that back. I don't even no, I do need it here, right? These bounds are where we calculate the center position. Okay. So this is the full interval bounds. All right. Then this is wrong also, isn't it? No, I'm giving it a position. So wait, I'm giving it a position. Yeah, I don't need that full interval bounds. That's fine. Okay. I don't need that. Will the multiplayer RPG ever come back? Because of job rules number 1, I can't work on it right now. I'd love to continue it, but not with the current job I have during the day. Okay, now I just need to make sure that it really does prevent it from, not the trial one, but the actual drawing. It should like have a check. Does that one check? Wait, didn't use my position? No, it clamps it within that position. Okay. So it's actually going to shift it over. That's not what I want. Okay, then I want an alternate to this. I don't want text within bounds. I want draw text if within bounds. That's what I want. Draw text if within bounds. I do use TDD for games, but only it's the general rule I have is I try to use TDD for software components in general that are from the low level up to not the lowest. Actually, I should take that back. Software components that are separable from their environment, so they don't rely on hardware. From that set, I'll test everything up to the user interface, and generally nothing higher than that because that's usually where I integrate things. So for a game, it's still going to have a lot of components internally that you could develop with test-driven development, and I think I tried to do that in the game I was working on. So like that a game system operates properly on certain what were they called? Like game it's been several years now. Like this certain rules that you expect the game system to follow, you can write tests for that, right? You just have to set up the inputs to that particular system so that the test makes sure that given a certain inputs to a game system, the output's what's expected. So you can write tests for that, and that's what I would do. But as far as the user interface, I think that's at a higher integration level. That test-driven development, I personally don't think is worth the cost, because you have to mock a lot of stuff at that point, and like there's a lot of things that can change that has nothing to do with the game's logic. It's more like how it's presented in a certain viewport, and yeah, then I won't test that. But most of the stuff, as much as I can, yeah. So this is an alternative. This draw text within bounds, but it's slightly different. So rather than shifting the text, it's going to abort if it's not going to fit. If within bounds. So we still do this. I don't need to do that actually, because it's much simpler than that. I would first, well, actually, we have to do that to avoid a panic here. But so we would still do this. So maybe I could collapse these two functions. No, take that back. I do not need to clamp. So I don't need to do this check. So it's actually a lot simpler. I would just do this. It's just pause X. Then we have to form a rectangle, right? And see if it is all inside. If rect from in size, top left position. Well, actually, don't I have galley rect? Yeah, why don't I just use that? If galley rect just need to make sure this is correct. Yeah, both the min and the max are contained in the other. So only if bounds contains galley rect. Then draw it. And I don't care about that, so I don't need to return that. We just do that. Oh, that's very far off topic. Spring data MongoDB. Yeah, you're super far. You're super far off topic. Yeah. If I could answer that question, I definitely would, but I have no idea. Sorry about that. Maybe someone in chat. Like, I don't mind if someone in chat has a quick answer to you, but I don't think there's no way I can help you there. Sorry. Yeah. My expertise these days is in Rust and in data parsing, because that's what I'm employing Rust to do. And a little bit beyond that, but that's about it. Okay, we didn't actually draw anything. That's unfortunate. Wait, did it not? It didn't decide to draw anything. Or no, it is. It's just okay. No, it's not. It's not deciding to draw anything, is it? It should have drawn or should have output this. Did it? No, it didn't. Okay, so then the trial is broken now. How did I mess that up? Probably with this interval bounds. Oh wait. Yeah, what did I might have screwed that up. We should print that out. Printf debugging for the win. Wow, I've been going for 5 hours. Wow. I should probably stand up at some point. Should probably use the restroom and drink some water. Okay, that looks really bad. That is completely messed up. So our actually both the X and the Y bounds are totally wrong. Unless we really do only have 9 pixels to draw on there. Might be 9 pixels. Okay, I want to draw the original. Whoops. Draw the original interval bounds. Full, right? Is that not what I called it? Oh, I didn't save it. I guess we're just temporarily doing what I had done a little bit ago by keeping the original around and modifying it just so I can print it there. Okay, it's just that I hosed the right bottom right coordinate. It really is only 11 pixels tall. So yeah, it's the right edge. It is screwed. Right edge was set here, so it's the right bound left. Oh, that should be max, right? That's it, I think. If we want to try Vim or Emacs, I have tried Vim and Emacs. Not for a long time though, so Vim deserves another chance from me. But Emacs, definitely not going back to Emacs because it literally gave me pain in my hands and wrists with the way that Emacs was set up. I mean, I know you can customize it to death, but I really don't want to spend that much time configuring my editor. So the need to configure it, plus the literal hand pain, no more Emacs for me. I used it for a while though, a long time ago. Maybe it's better now. I don't know. Should I give Emacs a chance? It's still using the wrong bound there. Trick is use Doom Emacs. It uses Vim bindings. I don't really dislike Vim. It's just that I'm comfortable in VS Code, and I have been for a long time. But what did I use before VS Code? I don't even remember. Visual Studio, maybe? Because I was on Windows at the time. I think it was way back, before I was even developing on Windows, and I was on Linux. I used Emacs. And then, yeah, that's right. I used Emacs, and then when I changed to Windows, I continued to use Emacs, and it was like a special Windows build of Emacs. Like WEmacs or something. I forget what it was. I used that for a while, and then it really started to hurt, give me carpal tunnel or something. And then I discovered like it was much easier. I just went to Visual Studio and just used the mouse more, and then VS Code when it came out. Vim I still use. If I need a quick editor, I'll jump right into it, but only for basic stuff because I just don't have the motivation to learn the more advanced key bindings and tricks in Vim. And here, a random thing, when I learned it, it wasn't called Vim, it was just called VI. At some point, VI became VIM, and I don't know exactly when that happened, but it was sometime between when I learned it and today. It was like in like 1992, I think. 1993, 1994, something like that, where I learned VI. It wasn't called Vim back then. Actually, just out of curiosity, when did VI become Vim? Okay, so I'm off by a few years. So it must have been pre-1991 that I knew it as VI. Yeah. That's how old I am. Nowadays people use NeoVim, but that's just an implementation of Vim, right? Use Emacs and remap control to caps lock. I have remap on my other keyboard, caps lock and escape. I've swapped them because I use escape way more than I use caps lock, and it annoyed me that escape was so far away. On my custom keyboard, though, escape is right there at my thumb, so it's no big deal. Okay, so the problem is that right bound is still getting stuck to the left. But, so that right bound is not correct? Oh, I know the problem is. We shouldn't be returning the galley rect. It needs to be the galley rect moved by the top left position. So it's not expand. Is it translate? Yes, translate top left position as a vector. That's probably it. It's giving me a rectangle centered at 0, 0, which is not what I want. Do you use AI to help code? Yes, I have. If well, I have a little short story about that in my Discord. So I was adding this incremental search thing, which is really cool now that it works. Like if you're looking for, hey, where is the width? It's like, oh, it's there. It found it right away, right? Width. Hey, there's 10 more widths, and you can find the individual widths in the images. So when I was first trying to figure out how to do that, I'm like, I have no idea where to start. So I asked ChatGPT. I said something like, how do I do incremental search in Rust? And it like didn't quite understand what I meant by incremental search, and so I had to update my prompt to tell it like I want to be able to type in a string, and the string could be like screen, where it doesn't start with screen and it doesn't end with screen. It's like a part of it, and I'm searching within a set of a large number of strings. And like once I described it, it's like, okay, use FST and regex. And I'm like, okay, that's great. I looked into FST, and I can just show you guys what FST is. It's pretty cool. The guy who wrote it must be a super genius. So, and as a humorous side note, if you look it up in libs, you look up FST, it's one of the crates that you'll see that the owner of it doesn't want it to be on libs, and it's because I guess the maintainer of lib.rs has a pretty slanted political take on cryptocurrencies. And so it's like, okay, well, he doesn't want it to be listed here. Go over to... Anyway, fun thing aside, FST stands for finite state transducers. And so then I was diving into the world of like, what the heck is that? And I would ask... ChatGPT is actually pretty good in explaining how these work. But you could also look up Wikipedia article on like what a transducer and what a finite... And I'm like, I remember learning finite state automata in college 20-something years ago. So I remembered some of it. But then like getting it to work with regex didn't quite work, and I had to like dig into it, and I had to update the prompts, and finally it led me to using, there's another crate called Aho Mira something. Okay, I'll just have to look and see what it's called in my code. Corisic. Aocorisic. Made by the same guy. And that, along with FST, and then a very small wrapper that I had to get working again because he has it in his crate, but it's commented out. I had uncommented, I had to fix the bugs, and then it just worked, and it was awesome. And I have ChatGPT to thank, because for me, the AI is
enhanced search engine where I can speak natural language and it'll lead me in the right direction. And I can't count on the answer, but it'll get me 80% of the way there. Yeah, so the AI suggested regex at first, but it was wrong. Really, I needed Korosik, right? Yeah, Burnt Sushi is the guy. Do I take notes? I take them sometimes and not other times, and I'm not consistent. I used to take notes very, very often, and I take lots of notes at work because if I don't, I get really lost. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, I'm not consistent in note taking, but I found that if I totally get lost and confused, I have to take notes. And then I thank my past self whenever I do take notes, and I have to find it again in the future. So I have a job right now where it would be impossible to answer 80% of the questions people ask me unless I've taken notes. And because most of the time they ask me a question, I have to look up, well, what was that again? And I have to find it and like, okay, it's that. And then I refresh my memory with it. And I do use Obsidian. And Adam Learns is the one on Twitch here who has been my like inspiration as far as note taking. So if you ever watch his stream, he's the god of taking notes, and he uses Obsidian. And he helped me move my notes from OneNote to Obsidian because he did that. And yeah, definitely would recommend. Yeah. So yeah, that's my long AI story. AI helped me 80% of the way to doing this incremental search implementation. And mostly it was just locating the correct crates and then getting an idea of what I had to do to fit them together. Yeah, Adam Learns. Yeah. Shout out. Um, now I'm not sure. Is it Adam Learns or Adam Learns Live? Adam Learns Live. He was Adam13531, then he was like Adam Learns, but Adam Learns was taken. So, oh, you don't have to pay for Obsidian anymore. It used to be that you had to pay for Obsidian if it was not for a personal project, but they changed it recently where even if you use it in a corporation like for work, you still don't or you don't need to pay for it anymore. Like that changed pretty recently. I think you can pay for it if you want the paid features though. But definitely like if it's for your own personal use, pretty sure that if you go there on their site, they say it's you don't have to pay. All right. We're gonna see if that works, right? It's still not working, and why is that? Oh, because it's too small. But if I increase this, it should be drawing it, but it's not. So, I'm wondering if they're being skipped because it's vertically not fitting. Yeah, I'm wondering if I got the vertical coordinates of this correct. What if I that? Oh, it's still, I think the vertical coordinate is too aggressive. Free for business use. Yep. Yep. Oh, call hierarchy. Top ruler area top. Text baseline. Yeah. I'm just guessing that it's just intersecting vertically. So what if I Just have this be more vocal about what it did. Collision. Doesn't fit in bounds. And just for the heck of it, I'll say fits. Does fit bounds. Yeah, I'm running out of time. I surely shouldn't be streaming like this long. Oh, okay, yeah. See, vertically it's 18. Also the left is not correct. Okay. I think I have the same kind of offsetting issue as I did before. Yeah, I did the same mistake as before. So the galley is not including, it's not offset correctly. So yeah. This has to be translated by the top left position as a vector. I forgot to do that. But still, I think I'm going to have trouble vertically. It's 18 pixels tall, fitting into an 11 pixel space. I should print what it thinks the text height is. Okay, so horizontally it would have fit, but vertically it doesn't fit because it's drawing it too high. Why does it say 13 there? That looks like the bug. The vertical coordinate of the bounds doesn't look right. So this interval bounds. It should be the top ruler area top. Oh wait, that might be the problem. That's literally the top of the line there. And our text goes above that line. Okay, I see the problem. Our ruler is not tall enough to fit both lines of text. Yeah, okay, I need to make the ruler taller. That's the problem. Ruler area. Given by the caller. Actual ruler area is caller. Here it is. Height. So let's make it 40. You tend not to use mocks when unit test. I try not to use mocks. There's a really great video that inspired me, and I haven't really dug all the way deep into it and incorporated it in what I try to do, but it's one of Destroy All Software's videos. Destroy All Software. Test unit testing. Boundaries. This one. This talk was really good. So in the end, it like helps you really understand what boundaries to set to make testing really easy and scalable. So, and I think in that talk at some point he talks about how like if you have mocks at all, then it's a sign that something's wrong. um, part of me thinks that he might have another talk. So if you look around, like it might be this test data factories. I'm not sure, but he's got a lot of talks on testing, and I really liked. I think it was in the boundaries one. He talks about how like what you want you want when you make your unit that you're testing, you want to make it so that it has that what you're testing. What was it? Doesn't have like you want to separate the conditional flows where you have lots of different code paths. You want to separate that out and make that in the integration layer if you can, so that the things you're testing have very few code paths. Optimally, you have one code path. It's a function that generates an output from an input one way. What if you're testing hardware? That's totally different. I'm not a hardware guy. I have no idea how to test hardware. Oh, look, we got markers now. Look at that. And they don't draw over each other. So we will omit the 100 if it's going to overdraw the 111. And now if I zoom in, look at that. Look at that. It's intelligently making the major numbers until we get down to the individual pixels. Okay, one thing I noticed is that their alignment is wrong. They're aligned to draw on the bottom left pixel. Well, actually, hold on. Oh, I see. It's spanning the area from the left to the right. Really should span the area from the center of the first pixel to the center of the last pixel. Hey, but that's cool. That's a big improvement. The only other thing I wanted to do while I'm at it is draw little tick marks. That's super easy, right? I think I'm nearing a stopping point. I'm not going to get all the rulers done, but I'm going to have the horizontal major ticks drawing in roughly the correct area. Okay, so yeah. I think what we want to do is always draw the tick. So even if we can't draw the text, we're still going to draw the tick mark. So that's a very similar thing to this line here. Only it's going to just be 2 line segments, not 4. And we're going to go from the position vertically to the ruler line. From the ruler line up to, actually, we already have a variable for it. It's like text baseline. There we go. Easy. So now we should have major tick marks drawing. So another thing about unit tests and mocks, not the current job I was at, but the previous one, I had some really complicated what I thought were unit tests, and to get that to work, we had a lot of things mocked, and then I had someone come to me and say, like, look, these aren't unit tests. You're making integration tests. Your mocks are hiding the fact that they're not really unit tests, and they're keeping you from realizing that you should rethink your testing. Unit tests optimally don't need mocks because they're only testing one thing, and that thing shouldn't need other things. And the maximum number of mocks you should need are the mock the like if there's a callback or something that it calls, you would mock that, and maybe you would mock the generation of the input to something like that. Like, but it should be minimalized. Okay, cool. The other thing we could do is when we draw where the selection is, we could first draw a black rectangle in the galley area. I think I'm going to leave that for later, though. I like how this is looking. Are those marks in the correct spots? They are not. Okay, so the region is not quite right. It's from the left mark to the right mark, where it really should be from the center of the left pixel to the center of the right pixel. So there's a little bit of math problem I got to figure out, and a little bit of drawing in the, a little bit of polish on the drawing. But I'm getting there. Getting there. I think I'm gonna leave it like that and rate someone, because that's a good place to leave it, right? Only if I move my cursor, you won't see the nice little overlay there. How do I do this in a way that leaves that on the screen? That didn't work. Hey, that worked. Nope. When I steal the mouse away, it disappears. Oh well. You're just gonna have to see that without the selection rectangle for a bit. Also, the selection line now draws outside the image at the top. Does it? Do you mean like the horizontal bar of the selection cross? Or, yeah, which selection line is drawing outside the image at the top? I guess. What am I missing? Oh, is it the top of the cross there is a little bit too high maybe? That could be. Yeah, there's some polish in some like single pixel adjustments here and there. It looked like you could move it one pixel outside. Shouldn't be able to, but never know. Might have a bug. Oh, yep, I have a bug. Look at that. I can go one pixel too high. I shouldn't be able to do that. That's a bug. Okay. Well, now we know of another bug to fix. I'm going to forget about that one unless I write it down. So, oh, not that. Not that. Not that. Do. Fix bug where you can select outside the zoomed area. Okay. Logged in the to-do, so I will know to fix it. Ooh. Okay. I got a choice here. Quantum Apprentice or CM Griffing. So Fallout 2 of modding is what Quantum Apprentice is doing. And Chris is doing his usual web dev. I think we'll raid Quantum Apprentice. If I could type it correctly. So, hope you enjoyed Quantum Apprentice's stream, and I hope you enjoyed my stream. I'll be back in a couple days. Different time slot. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's evening specific. On the weekends, I'm doing an earlier stream, so during the day for Pacific time. You don't know Quantum Apprentice? Great. So he's doing mods for Fallout 2, I think. So we will go say hi to him, and then I'm gonna go take a break and eat something. So, all right, see you guys later. Bye bye.